everybody. Good morning. Good morning from South Africa. We are thrilled to be here, and we're thrilled to see all of you. My name is Caitlin Regal. I am the president of the International Society for Educational Planning, and I am an assistant professor in the College of Education at Niagara University in the United States. It is my honor today to welcome you here to South Africa for our conference. We're thrilled to be here, and we're very fortunate to have the ability to celebrate with you all our 2024 annual conference. There we go. We're excited to be here. From hosting completely virtually during the pandemic to being back in person in Alexandria, Virginia last year, we are very fortunate to offer both a virtual portion and an in-person portion this year. For those of you who are attending your first ISEP conference and are therefore new members, which we have many of this year, I'd like to tell you a little bit about ISEP. We were founded in 1970, and our mission is to improve education through the application of planning processes. Through initiatives like this annual conference, we're able to meet our mission by bringing together individuals from across the globe. This year, we are pleased to have 91 registrations, 43 virtual and in-person presentations, and esteemed guests and presenters from across 8 countries. A special welcome to the 11 students that we have attending and presenting this year. We pride ourselves in our international membership, which you can see on our membership map, which is on our website. We also have other offerings that you'll hear me talk about at various points through this conference. We have an opportunities page on our website that highlights different internships and scholarships, collaborative projects, job postings, and research opportunities for all of our ISEP members. So if you ever are looking for an opportunity within ISEP, you can go there. We also recently unveiled a mentorship program. It highlights opportunities for new novice faculty as well as PhD candidates and really anybody in the field to reach out and have a mentorship with someone from within ISEP through the program. We're very excited to officially launch that program and build it as it grows. You can read more about the mentorship program on pages 8 and 9 of your program. As you can imagine, events of this magnitude don't happen single-handedly. We have a lot of people to thank, and we'd like to start by thanking our host institutions, certainly Nelson Mandela University, along with St. Cloud State and Niagara. These host institutions made it possible for us to be here today. From ensuring connectivity virtually and live streaming, to offering the opportunity to have the beautiful gift bags that you received as you entered today. We'd like to thank the specific individuals listed on the conference planning group of hosting institutions on page 6 of your program. These individuals played a pivotal role, so I'd like to offer a round of applause and thank them today. We also had some ISEP members who served as volunteers on our conference committee. They're also listed on page 6 of your program, and they offered a great deal of time in the planning process as well as reviewing proposals. So we offer our thanks to them. Finally, I would like to thank our board of directors, many of whom you met yesterday in our virtual session. These individuals offered their time to review and make decisions related to this year's conference. For those board members that are in the room, I'd ask them to stand and for us to recognize them as well. You'll meet these individuals a bit more as they will serve as moderators throughout the sessions today and in the coming days. To all of those involved in making this event possible, thank you. The theme of this year's conference invites us to reimagine education through institutional, community, national, and global engagement. This is both timely and critical. In a world where education is rapidly evolving, it demands society makes changes, and this theme challenges us to do so. We need to break traditional boundaries and create systems that are responsive, inclusive, and future-oriented. Whether it's addressing disparities amongst our students, harnessing the power of technology, or responding to the complex social and economic concerns, this conference serves as a crucial platform to be able to have the discussions that are needed. Our digital program for the conference can be accessed at any time using the QR code on the back of your name tags, or that has been put out in your program on the front page. You can keep track of the sessions, and then you can identify the presenters that perhaps you want to have a deeper conversation with afterwards. As we gather here today, it's important to remember that this is more than just an exchange of ideas. It's a call to action. These events require active participation, so please feel free to ask questions, reach out to your presenters, and take advantage of the networking opportunities that are before you. I also encourage you to submit your work that you did today to our peer-reviewed journal, Educational Planning, which you'll hear a little bit more about later on. For our time together, please feel free to take notes on presentations if desired. Moderators will ensure that there is a time for questions within each of the presentations. It's always hard to track time, but they will do their best to ensure that we can get to everybody's questions. The recordings from today will be accessible to everybody using the links that are on your program. And if you need washrooms, they're outside of the hall and to the right. We have the pleasure of having several representatives from our host institutions here with us today to provide welcomes. I would like to start by turning it over to Muki Mueng from Nelson Mandela University, who will offer us our first welcome.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Caitlin, for those welcoming words. Colleagues, my voice is not 100% as I'm recovering from flu, so you'll hear me clearing my throat from time to time, like now. Good morning, Molweni, Goeiemorgen, Sanibonani, Dumelang. We've got 12 official languages, so I could go on and on. To the President, Board of Directors, our co-hosts, the University of Niagara and St. Cloud State University, my alma mater, by the way. On behalf of our Vice Chancellor, Professor Sibongile Mutwa, and our Governing Council, I would like to welcome you to Nelson Mandela University. We are very excited to be co-hosting the International Society for Educational Planning. The preparations for this conference happened a while back, thanks Jax, and we hoped that the 50th annual conference would have taken place here. But COVID had other plans. And so, here we are, and I think for a good reason. As Nelson Mandela University and the Faculty of Education in particular, we are aligned to the purpose of this society. As an institution of higher education and a university, our purpose is to engage in the sharing and extension of different ideas. And at this university, we say, not just for the sake of hosting conversations and engagements, but for the improvement of the human condition. As a university in service of society, we understand the importance of educational planning that involves stakeholders with the intention to better society. The theme of this conference speaks to our daily endeavors of impactful engagement and scholarship. We understand that the solutions that to our problems are multifaceted, multidimensional, and are across disciplines. We therefore are in partnership with you in the reimagination of education through engagement and the unlocking of the full potential of individuals and communities. We believe that it is through such collaborations that we find lasting solutions to our common challenges. With what is happening in the world today, we have learned that we need one another. We are dealing with wars in Europe, in the Middle East, and in Africa. So the complexities and conflicts need our concerted effort of working together to resolve these challenges. In conclusion, I hope that this festive of ideas will find resonance in your work so that you can take these, as Caitlin was saying, as a call to action. At this university, we believe in a humanizing pedagogy, which is our educational philosophy. And we take that from Paulo Freire, who was an educationist from Brazil. And he talks about praxis. And for us, these platforms are platforms for praxis. We reflect, and then we engage, but we need to act upon our reflection. So a call that has been made by this conference for us to act as a community to resolve our issues is an important call. Welcome to Nelson Mandela University. I hope that you will enjoy our 7 campuses. One is in George. Perhaps you won't be able to enjoy it. But I hope that you go and visit our South and North campuses, as well as our Ocean Science campus, so that you can just see the beauty of our university. But I also hope that you will have time to enjoy the beautiful beaches that we have along the way. And I'm sorry that we didn't bring the best of weathers, but for the past 2 days, it was really hot, and it's just cooling down now. Thank you for the opportunity, and welcome to Gqeberha, Nelson Mandela University. Thank you.
Thank you. I would now like to welcome Shahzad Ahmad from St. Cloud State University.
Good morning, and thank you, Caitlin. And what an honor to really be following Dr. Muki Muang, who we claim to be one of our own from St. Cloud State University. It is such an honor to be here and to be a co-host of this important conference. Thanks to Nelson Mandela University, thanks to Dr. Muki Muang, and all the staff who have provided so much support for us to make this happen after so many years of planning and hoping that this could happen, earlier. But here we are, and it's an honor to be here. Nelson Mandela University holds a very special place for many of us who are in this room, especially Dr. Robert Johnson and myself, who really started this journey almost 25 plus years ago. And as I was listening to Caitlin, and I was thinking a little bit more about the theme of the conference, reimagining education, reimagining higher education. That process also started 25 plus years ago, where St. Cloud State University and Nelson Mandela University, at that time University of Port Elizabeth, really collaborated and partnered to really think about the changing times and how we can play a role. And we have come a long way. And today, as Caitlin mentioned, and also Dr. Muki Muang mentioned, that work must continue, and reimagining of higher education, how we serve both locally and globally, is as relevant today as it was 25 plus years ago. So with that, it's an honor to be here, and it's an honor to be a co-sponsor of this conference, along with Niagara University and Nelson Mandela University. Yesterday was a long day, but very important day to listen to so many wonderful sessions, and today and tomorrow and Thursday, these sessions will continue, and I know we have a message from our president who could not be here, so you will get to listen to him, who just joined about 2 months ago, St. Cloud State University. Thank you again for all of you for supporting this conference and being here, and I hope and wish you great success for the rest of the conference. Thank you.
Thank you. As mentioned, we have 2 video welcomes from the presidents of some of our host institutions. So I will play those now.
St. Cloud State University, a campus with a long and strong commitment to international education and the work of international student exchange programs. I'm grateful for this opportunity to address this distinguished international audience of educators who share that commitment. I want to thank the organizers, the volunteers, and key partners who made this event possible, bringing together attendees from multiple countries, presenters, and guests to network and share ideas for addressing the current educational challenges and advancements. At St. Cloud State, our mission is to prepare our students for life, work, and citizenship with a major focus on providing opportunities that prepare them to be global citizens in the 21st century. For our campus, that means welcoming international students from 90 countries who make up 12% of our student population. It also means offering a wide range of extraordinary student abroad opportunities, many of which are linked to their majors. One of our most venerable options is our exchange program with Nelson Mandela University in South Africa, which has been nurtured and supported by 5 presidents before me. The short-term and long-term programs with NMU have had an indelible impact on hundreds of our students. These programs were born of incredible commitment by leaders of our Ethnic Studies program in conjunction with the African American Studies Committee and the Office of Multicultural Student Services, who believe in the power of exposing students to opportunities to examine each other's culture and society and provide for a comparative analysis of race and ethnicity in South Africa and the United States. Students have the opportunity to study developments in race relations in post-apartheid South Africa and in the post-civil rights era of the United States. This conference and the partnerships that it represents offer all of us the opportunity to refresh our commitment to global education and to share the innovative ways our individual institutions are supporting programs and partnerships that offer life-changing experiences. When our students develop relationships with people from other cultures, they are exposed to the new ideas and perspectives that build bridges of understanding. We are constantly reminded how interconnected our world is and how important it is to have the ability to engage in a multicultural society. Changing demographics, rapidly advancing technology, and altered attitudes about the value of a degree are challenging those of us in higher education to focus on offering transformative, relevant opportunities for students to grow. I thank all of you for coming together in a spirit of collaboration and openness to innovation. I wish everyone a productive, inspiring, and meaningful conference. Greetings from St. Cloud State University.
We can listen to it again if you'd like.
Niagara University is honored to be co-hosting the International Society of Educational Planners along with St. Cloud State University and Nelson Mandela University. We are grateful for the opportunity to be part of such an important global gathering of educators, planners, and thought leaders from 8 different countries. At Niagara University, we share a deep commitment to fostering innovation, collaboration, and meaningful change in education. Principles that are at the heart of both our institution and the mission of ISEP. Guided by our Vincentian heritage, we strive to develop the whole person with a focus on personal growth, social responsibility, and active citizenship. These values are not just ideals we uphold within our university, but also ones we aim to inspire in the broader communities we serve, locally and globally. The theme of this year's conference, Reimagining Education Through Engagement, planning to unlock the future potential of individuals and communities, deeply resonates with Niagara University's mission. We believe that education is a powerful tool for transformation, not only for individuals, but for the entire communities. By reimagining how we engage education, we can create systems that are more inclusive, equitable, and responsive to the diverse needs of society, which is exactly what this conference aims to achieve. As we embark on this journey of collaboration and innovation, let us remember the words of St. Vincent de Paul. It is not enough to be good. It must be done well. These words remind us that the impact of our work, whether in education or beyond, depends on our commitment to excellence and our dedication to serving others. I commend ISEP for their service to our educational leaders and planners, and encourage us to rethink how education engages with individuals and communities at levels throughout this event. May this conference inspire us to rethink, innovate, and create educational systems that unlock the full potential of individuals and communities for generations to come. The collaboration that happens here has the potential to shape not only our research and professional work, but also to transform the lives of students and communities you serve. I wish you a productive, enlightening, and transformational conference. Thank you.
Thank you. So throughout the welcomes that you've heard today, I hope that you feel inspired to listen with open ears, open yourself up to some of the messages that you'll hear today, and be willing to meet, talk, and collaborate with some of the individuals here. We have our first break. We have several breaks throughout planned so that you have time to meet and talk and discuss with each other. So we'll take the first break now, and when we return at 9:50, we will have our distinguished lecture. Thank you.
our session. So I have to make a few technical adjustments. Okay, again, welcome to our 2024 International Society for Educational Planning Conference. I am Robert Johnson, one of the conference conveners and planners, and I've been tasked with introducing our David N. Wilson Lecture Series presenter for this year's conference. And that's an opportunity, the Wilson Lecture Series is an opportunity to explore ideas, to hear innovative thoughts and analyses, and to have some in-depth consideration of that by the presenter. All of our presentations are very engaging, very informative, very inspiring, also can be very sobering. As we heard yesterday, we had some very powerful presentations dealing with problems with getting access to education and sustaining programs for many people who are in very distressed areas. Fortunately, we will have today the opportunity to hear from an educational leader, a scholar, a thought leader, and a person who is very involved in many, many aspects of the educational process. And without taking up a lot of his time and without insulting those who taught you reading, I'm going to invite you to read his biographical sketch, which he presents on page 11 and 12 of your program. Without further ado, I am very pleased to welcome and to ask Professor Leslie LaGrange to come forward to share his thoughts in his presentation entitled Reimagining Education in the Post-Human Condition. And I had the opportunity to find some time to peruse some of his writings. So be prepared for a very thoughtful, engaging presentation. Sir, come forward.
Good morning, everyone. It's wonderful to be here, and I'll also have to say I'm struggling with some allergies, so that's why I might need some water at times for the throat, and I might sound a little nasal. So it's wonderful to be here. Thank you very much for the invitation, firstly from the University of Nelson Mandela University, so Professor Mueng, and the Dean of the Faculty for the invitation, Prof. Satora, and then also to the organization ISEP and the President, Dr. Caitlin Regal, as well as to all the board members and also all protocol observed. So I'm going to talk about reimagining education in the post-human condition. And I want to say a few things before I start. And the first thing is, of course, I did not meet and didn't know David Wilson, and the memorial lecture does focus on him. But from what I could read, he must have been a remarkable scholar, and I'm sure a very good human being for those who did know him and who did engage with him. So I know that his work was in, where the position he held was in comparative education, as well as educational leadership, that he had traveled through 110 countries. So he was certainly a transversal subject, and he was able to speak, or he was proficient in several languages: English, French, Portuguese, German, I think Spanish, and then also Swahili. So quite an incredible person, and he spent most of his time doing research on Tibet, And so it was interesting, and it would have been interesting to meet him, and it certainly looked as if his death was premature, and we could have benefited much more from his work and his service to the education community. So that's a little bit about David Wilson, the David Wilson Memorial Lecture. So I'm going to not talk directly to planning to unlock the full potential of individuals and communities, but I would invite you to think with me as I talk and to make the connections. And then I want to say that the post-human is not anti-human, but it's about thinking the human differently. And then I'm certainly not opposed to the humanizing pedagogy that he frames a lot of the work here at Nelson Mandela University. And then I also want to say whatever I'm going to say is not anti-planning, but it might invite us all to think differently about educational planning and educational planning research. So if you just think about, I've listened to people share that you tried to plan this particular conference and for many years, and it was supposed to happen during the COVID-19 pandemic, and it couldn't happen, right? So that tells us a little bit about planning in troubled times. So some might describe the times that we find ourselves in as dark times. So we hear in the media every day about wars that Muki referred to. There's growing inequality in the world. In fact, you're now in the country that made the front page of the Time magazine a few years ago for being the most unequal country in the world. And then I think some of you come from probably the second most unequal country in the world, which is the USA. And of course, we know about global inequality. We know about climate change and its effects of droughts and floods across the world. We see that almost on a daily basis in the media. And then we have been, in recent times, what has captured us is artificial intelligence and machine learning, etc. And so that image that I have there is the image of grey goo that comes out of science fiction that talks about microscopic or tiny machines that can be self-reproducing, that produces grey goo that will eventually destroy the planet. And the book in the middle was, the title of that book, which is not there, is actually about dark trajectories. So Bertolt Brecht said that in the dark times, will there also be singing? Yes, there will be singing about the dark times. But we also need to be hopeful. So Paulo Freire said that we need hope as much as a fish needs unpolluted water. So many have described these dark times as times of crises. And there's a term that has emerged called polycrisis. In 2022, the word of the year was permacrisis, which is, has a different meaning. Permacrisis almost means sustained crisis that we're experiencing, of pandemics, climate change, wars. That's permacrisis. But polycrisis was first used in 1999 by a French philosopher, sociologist, and complexity theorist, Edgar Morin, and did collaborative work with Anne Kern. More recently, it has been popularized by the economic historian Adam Tooze. So polycrisis is not simply multiple crises, but it is about how crises interact, I would actually say interact, so that the whole has devastating effects. So there are different stresses, environmental, technological, economic, political, health, and they are interacting at increasing speed, creating unpredictable shocks of greater intensity. There's lots of theorizing these days about accelerationism, and I'll talk a little bit about that as we proceed. So if you look at a global polycrisis, I could have put many things in there. But we can think about how all of these, interact with, perhaps in some ways at the center, artificial intelligence. So wars, global, the melting of snow caps, the rise of populism across the world. We're seeing migration of people from war-torn areas to parts of Europe, from places in Africa, and many lives lost along that journey. Pandemics, we think about social media. So there's one interesting phenomenon that developed where you can see the interaction between the COVID-19 pandemic, or we could witness that, and social media. So we have a physical virus that we know how that virus actually spread, which caused the COVID-19 pandemic, SARS-CoV-2, the virus. But we also saw through social media information going viral. So we had this, through social media, something going viral, and the messages there, particularly fake news, actually had an effect on what decisions people made that actually led to the spread of the actual physical virus, which exacerbated the pandemic that some scholars have called bioinformationalism. So here we can see a global polycrisis, and if you look at South Africa, polycrisis in South Africa, and I try to highlight maybe the life of a woman in South Africa who has many women subjected to gender-based violence, but at the same time gets hardest hit by corruption, by climate change, by load shedding, as well as inflation, for example. And so we can see how all of those things, I would prefer to say, interact. Polycrisis in South Africa. So what we can, there are probably three, I'm suggesting three positions we can take on crisis or crises, and there could be many more. So some would say that polycrisis has reached levels that demands considering for the first time the possibility of a planet without humans. The second is a question of why the obsession with crises. So there are some scholars, like Claire Colebrook, that trouble this obsession with crises, which she argues is indicative of human arrogance, arguing that the planet was here before us and will continue without us. And then crises also present opportunities to change. Humans could develop abilities to respond to crises. So I prefer to use the hyphen there, a responsibility which involves enhancing human life, connecting with all of life that is productive and hopeful and affirmative. These are not necessarily mutually exclusive, but I'm suggesting that those are three possibilities. So these crises have obviously made people think, and we all are thinking about these times of crises, and so we see new epochs that have been postulated. And the first is the Anthropocene, which Crutzen and Stumer, way back I think in 2002, coined the term Anthropocene, arguing that when we look at these crises that we're speaking about, it tells us about a epoch, a geological period in which humans have dominated the planet and has wreaked havoc on the planet. So they initially said that it dated back to the invention of the steam engine, and then rescinded that and said the spike, the acceleration of the impact of human beings actually comes in the post World War II period. And then Jason Moore used the word capitalocene to argue that it's rather the rise of capitalism after 1450, which had a much more significant impact than the invention of agriculture and the steam engine. And then Donna Haraway talks about, I think that's Clutholocene, and she says that when you look at the period in which we find ourselves, we need to think about staying with the trouble, staying with these times, and to make kin, not babies. So I'll talk about that and what this particular conference is focusing on is actually about making kin, connecting with communities, and looking at ways in which we can have productive lives in this period, or the troubled times in which we find ourselves. So now I want to come and say something about the post-human condition, which is in the title of my presentation. So the post-human condition is the convergence of post-humanism and post-anthropocentrism. Now, I cannot go into a detailed discussion on post-humanism. There are different thoughts, there are different strands, there are different views on this. But if we do look at the, at least one, the genealogy of post-humanism is tied to the fact that it's a challenge to the idea of the human that was produced by European European Enlightenment, and what it is focusing on is to look at the ongoing entanglement of our lives with technology. That raises a critical question of what does human now mean? What is the unit of reference for human when our lives have increasingly become entangled with technology? And then post-anthropocentrism ties to the concern of the destruction of life on the planet, environmental degradation, and the need for us to think very differently about human dominance or human exceptionalism during this period. So according to Braidotti, we find ourselves between the algorithmic devil and the acidic deep blue sea. So we find ourselves caught between the sixth extinction and what is now being called the fourth industrial revolution, or Industry 4.5, although people are already speaking about Industry 5.0, where there's a connection made between AI and the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals. So we caught, and we all caught between this. So we all in this together, but not in the same way, because the inequalities, the huge differences amongst humans. And of course, when I say we caught between this, it's not only humans, but it's also the more or other than human world. So the post-human condition is both, Braidotti says, a historical marker and it's a navigational tool. So it gives us a sense about the times that we find ourselves in, but it's also an opportunity for us to think, to theorize, to do things differently. So I don't have to tell you about one image is just there for a little bit of humor, but I don't need to tell you about environmental degradation and the impact that this is having on the planet and its inhabitants, and that the planet is in a precarious state, and that loss of biodiversity is leading to what people have spoken about as the Great Sixth extinction. There were 5 before that, and the last one happened 65.5 million years ago, which was the time at which the dinosaurs were all decimated. And then what we're seeing is potentially the emergence of certain advanced technologies that will radically change the world in a way that I don't think any of us are able to imagine. And a lot of it will be driven by AI, but so it's robotics, blockchain technology, the storage of energy. There's a lot of work that still needs to be done in that area. And then omics analysis or omics technology. This is big data that is used and combined from different fields in the area of biology. I don't know all of the detail, but all fields that end with omics, like genomics or proteomics, are all combined. And this will radically, as I said, change the world. Where advanced technologies will develop, we're probably at 1 or 2% of where that is, and we know how rapidly this is changing and accelerating. We know how technology has become tied in with capitalism and new forms of capitalism emerging, such as platform capitalism. So we know about Google, Facebook, Spotify, Salesforce, Siemens, Airbnb, Uber, and a host of other platforms that we all might use and engage with. So in the post-human condition, theorizing is occurring. So in all conditions, what happens is academics and scholars, they theorize. If you want to put it another way, there are attempts to work out new academic theories. And so we're seeing the emergence of inter- or transdisciplinary fields, and there are just a few of them, such as new materialisms, or feminist materialisms, speculative realism, object-oriented ontologies, non-representational theory, and so on. And there are also old and new questions that have arisen or that arise. So what these post-human theories, the only reason why I put theories in scare quotation marks, because I prefer to talk about theorizing, so that theory is not used as a noun, but rather as a verb. It's something that we do. So they do not represent a single theory, but a range of perspectives and strands of thought. However, what all post-human theorists have in common is their opposition to human exceptionalism. The idea that humans are put on a particular pedestal ontologically and then superior to other forms of life, and that post-humanism questions the primacy of the human in the cybernetic triangle of human, animal, machine. So it tries to place the human on an immanent plane. In other words, the human does not enjoy ontological privilege, and I said there it's placed on an immanent plane alongside all modes of life. So rejecting human exceptionality entails opening politics to non-human subjects, and by implication, also to those who have been viewed as less than human by modernist imperialist states. So humans that have been viewed as less than humans, or animals and other species that are viewed less than humans. It's interesting that the shelf life of sentientism is actually lowering all the time. So, of course, many moral extensionists would argue that morality can be extended to sentient beings. So that's where you get things like the animal rights movement and so on. And so organisms like insects would have been excluded, but there's certainly work that's saying you've got to include all animal life. And now, at least there's a Spanish philosopher that has argued that we should lower, that there are plants that also, that sentientism also applies to certain plants, and so that shelf life is being lowered all the time. And then the sphere of distributive justice becomes expanded from social justice to a multi-species eco-justice. That doesn't mean that social justice is not important. I've done a lot of work on Ubuntu and the importance of Ubuntu, but Ubuntu must be understood as a microcosm. So the interrelationships between humans is a microcosm of interrelatedness to everything in the cosmos. So what are the questions that could arise? The one is, what is the unit of reference for the human? So in education, we work largely with human beings, and we've somehow isolated human beings from all of life, and yet we never isolated from life. So we're always entangled. We're always nature culture. So there might be trees outside that look as if they somehow separate from us, but we're in an assemblage with those trees. If you know some school biology, photosynthesis and respiration and so on. So there's already an assemblage, but we've tried to create human beings as being separate, and we're not. So how should we live? which is an existential question. How should we live in these troubled times? Or the ethical one, what must I do? What can I do? And then the curriculum, the old curriculum question of what knowledge is of most worth? And then whose knowledge is of most worth? And is knowledge enough? And what and how that should be, what and how should we learn? How should we lead, if that's the work that we do, and how should we plan, which is key to your particular conference. So what has also been produced in post-human or theorizing in the post-human condition is there have also been neologisms, new concepts, new words, and I'll just talk to 3 of them. And the one is the concept of interaction, which the theoretical physicist Karen Barad, she would always say, always in interaction. So she never refers to herself as individual, but always as they. But an interaction means that we're always inside. We're never outside. There's never an external, the insider and the outsider. We're always entangled. And it's a different way to think. So we're always connected. We're always part of assemblages. So we might, on a temporary basis, separate things for various reasons, and we do that and will continue to do that. But we're always together apart. Which there are no binaries. We're together apart, and so Barad talks about an tangential cut with a slash in between to indicate that we're together apart. It's not a binary. And then we can't talk about in Western thought, and still within universities that have become westernized, knowledge is privileged. We say we produce knowledge, and that gets privileged. But knowledge shouldn't be separated from our being in the world and our becoming, as well as ethics, our actions in the world. And so the oneness of those 3 is ethico-onto-epistemology. And then a gential realism is just saying that agency doesn't belong to humans only, but agency is found in the entire cosmos, and agency becomes part of assemblages that we form part of. And if we didn't think that that is so, then we can see the effects of climate change in present times. So let me try and talk a little bit and come a little closer to some of the work that might interest you. And I can't go into detail, but I wrote, co-authored a book chapter that is forthcoming on interactive leadership as being different to reactive leadership, interactive leadership, etc. But I can't go into the details. I've left the reference. But just to say some of what we speak about when we talk about interactive leadership. So that's the reference. So it's in a book that's edited by Mary Drinkwater and Yusuf Wahid. It's the Bloomberg Handbook on Ethics of Care in Transformative Leadership in Higher Education. So it's the 4th volume. So in the times that we live in, and you've experienced it as you try to organize this conference, there's indeterminacy and diffraction. So instead of reflection and reflexivity, diffraction comes from physics. So when waves hit particles, then they change and they go into different directions, and we think about diffraction. So when things like a pandemic happens, or there's any impediment that comes our way, it opens up other possibilities for life, as we have seen post the pandemic, some that could actually be productive and others could be destructive. And then the importance of slowing down and working through. So what does it mean when when we lead and also when we plan? How can we think about slowing down and working through the times in which we find ourselves? And slowing down doesn't mean slowing necessarily in speed, but it's saying how can we do things differently? And then deterritorialize leadership, in other words, to look in the times for whatever lines of light, new pathways there are that are open for us to do our work, both in terms of leadership and I would add planning. Relationality becomes important with all of life. So more than human interaction. And then the way in which we should work is to work across, beyond disciplines, transdisciplinary, that we think about not the university but the multiversity or pluriversity. And that we might think about whatever we're doing as not having fixity. If you had a fixed plan for this conference and nothing could move and change 3 years ago when you tried to plan it and the pandemic came, so there needs to be fluidity, it needs to be organic, rhizomatic assemblages that are not tree-like, but more like the rhizome that spreads, it shoots in different directions and can grow on new and old lines. To form networks becomes important. And that rather than thinking about ideas that are always transcending our practices, but to think about ways of thinking about practice, what is imminent to those practices, the context in which it happens, which takes one closer to the word praxis. And then to think differently about how we've come to identify with particular ways of thinking, particularly in the Western and Westernized world, and to value difference because it has intrinsic value, not because it declares others different based on a particular molar identity or screen that we get use to declare people different and therefore inferior or less, and that it's affirmative. So it opens it up to a radical ethics of saying what is it that I can do and take the necessary actions and find the ability to respond to the challenges of our times. So I want to use an example that comes out of the field of curriculum, but I think it holds broadly for planning. So there was a Japanese Canadian called Ted Aoki, and he tells a story of a jazz trumpeter who is invited to come and talk at the University of Alberta. And so in the winter of 1981, Ted, who was then the head of the Department of Secondary Education at the University of Alberta, learns that Bobby Shu, a jazz trumpeter, was invited to be a visiting scholar to the music department across the campus. Now, Ted was very interested in music as a curriculum scholar, and some of you might have read the work of Max van Manen, and who did work on phenomenology and so on. He was Ted's PhD student. So he decided to invite Bobby to speak to his department, and there were two questions that he asked Bobby to answer, and so he could come to speak to, he could sing, or he could play. So what were the two questions that Ted asked Bobby? He said, when does an instrument cease to be an instrument? And then what is it to improvise? So what is improvisation? So why did Ted ask Bobby these questions? It was because the field of curriculum had become sway of discourse that is replete with performative words such as goals and objectives and products, achievement and assessment, words reflective of instrumentalism. Now I'm sure you can make the connections to educational planning. And then education at the time, he said, is under the hold of technological rationality. We have become so production-oriented that the ends-means paradigm, a way to do, has become the way of doing. That has not changed. And in fact, it has become exacerbated in the times that we find ourselves. So what was Bobby Schu's responses? He said, when music to be lived calls for transformation of instrument and music into that which is bodily lived. Right? There's a oneness that one gets to. He said that when improvising with fellow musicians, they do not only respond to each other, but also to whatever calls upon them in that situational moment, that no two situational moments like life itself is the same. In other words, exact repetition, thank God, is an impossibility. It's a remarkable feature that ought not to be suppressed. So we tend to want to repeat things and think they're easily transferable. I mean, sometimes the situations and the context are so different, and we need to respond to what is imminently present for it to have meaning in people's lives. So I then went on to talk about curriculum improvisation. Maybe you can think about planning as improvisation sometimes. I said curriculum improvise requires us to listen to the curriculum words that colonize us, aims and objectives, outcomes, curriculum development, curriculum implementation, policy practice gap. In South Africa, we had these annual national assessments, sequencing and pacing. So we need to create new words, new figurations that will make possible the becoming of the young, that will bring newness in the world, words like curriculum improvisation, curriculum experimentation, and so on. Now, if you're worried that you might not have a job or your research might go on a different, it will be challenged and so on, we're always going to have planning, right? And I'll come to that. So Ted spoke about the metonymic space of doubling. So Ted argued that this space is graphed with a slash. So there's the plannable, and there's the unplannable, and there's a slash. Now maybe Ted knew what the post-human scholars were going to say, because that is also almost for me, it's not a binary. It's a gential cut. It's together apart. Right? So predictable and unpredictable, it's together apart. So it is a textured site of lived tension, so often ambiguous, uncertain, indeterminate is probably better, and difficult. And a call for struggle in tension, but nevertheless a generative site of possibilities and hope. Now, if teachers know this, all good teachers know this, all good lecturers know this, that there's always a tension between the plan and the lived realities or the lived experiences of whoever one works with. Now, Ted loved music, and he said that that tension is actually a potentially productive space. Because in music, in stringed instruments, if the tension's not right, you can't create music. So it's both a site of struggle and it's a site of creativity. And so what is that tension space that educational planners or educational planning researchers have with the realities of the troubled times in which we find ourselves? And for all of those that we work with who are embedded in this life, and these times in which we find ourselves. What is that tension space, and how do we work with that tension space? So often what happens is, in the light of the broader conversation I was having, our work as teachers, our pedagogies, and I'm going to add our planning, often happens on the earth as if the earth is some stage that it has to happen on. So in the next slide, I talk about pedagogies, but I can also talk about planning or anything else that's bent by the earth. And that's not a stage. The earth's not a stage where it happens on. So curriculum and pedagogy framed by instrumental rationality. Planning, I would also say, of modernity are colonizing, it's homogenizing, it's dehumanizing, and it's domesticating. So instrumental rationality makes curriculum moribund and pedagogy banal. And pedagogies have actually become cold. Maybe planning has become something cold and heartless. So because the earth has just become a stage on which these practices get performed. And so we need to think about how we might imagine and produce pedagogies or planning processes that are not performed by the earth, but is bent by the earth, that is embedded in the realities of life. And I'm talking about all of life, human and more other than human. And so we can also, like Ted, because he was interested in music, so we've also privileged the visual in our work, right? And the visual is important. But there's also the importance of listening, eh? This sonare. So we have ears because we are hearkening and need to listen to the song of the earth. So we also need to listen. And do our work sort of differently so that we can actually listen. So Jasmine Ulmer writes about slow writing, for example, and talks about we became used to writing on nature historically, but we can also write with nature. We can write in nature. We can write through nature. So we need to feel the earth, feel its material flows and its intensities. So in another in an article in another field, I just wrote some propositions. So I'm going to suggest that these propositions might also be relevant to educational planners or educational planning researchers. So making kin. How can we actually find connections with both humans, non-humans, with refugees, both human and non-human, that the current troubled times have actually produced. Transversal subjectivity. So how can we increase our coefficient of transversality? Now, the psychoanalyst Felix Guattari spoke about the coefficient of transversality by using the analogy of a horse that has blinkers. And so if you incrementally were to remove the blinkers, you actually would increase the horse's coefficient of transversality to be able to look what is happening transversely. And that's what we need to do, is to look transversely across disciplines, across the world generally, and build in the next one new alliances. So who have educational planners worked with traditionally, and which communities, which groups and organizations have you not engaged with? What new alliances can there be in the times that we live in to disidentify with perhaps the old ways of thinking that have been colonizing, and look at new ways, and then embracing slowness. And embracing slowness, I said, in the context of educational planning, doesn't mean slowing down, but is doing educational planning differently. And it's for you to think about how it can be done differently. And then experimental energy, that how can we think about connecting with one another and with others by trying new things and developing that kind of enthusiasm to do things using harnessing experimental, garnering experimental energy. And the one I forgot out was the importance of developing ethical and intellectual stamina. So Rosie Badrotti also talks about there's democracy fatigue in the world. And there's also an anti-intellectualism. So we see the rise of populism across the world and so on. And so what we need to muster is intellectual and ethical stamina. Because education is actually an affair of experimentation. Okay, we've made it into something else, but it has always been, as Ansel Pearson so cogently puts it, we do not know what effects or affects we are capable of in advance. Spinoza said many years ago, and the philosopher Deleuze used that, we can never know what a body will do, whether that body is an organization, an individual. And this suggests that there is an empirical education in life involving a long affair of experimentation, a lasting prudence, and a wisdom that implies constructing a plane of immanence. In terms of our becoming ethical, we can say that we do not know what a body can do. It is a mode of practical living and experimenting, as well as, of course, furthering the active life, the life of affirmativity, for example, cultivating the active effects of generosity and joyfulness as opposed to passive and sad effects of hatred, fear, and cruelty. So that's an ethic of affirmation that's needed in the times in which we find ourselves. So I just want to show you two images as I move to close. So what we often don't understand is that when we look at the image on the left, that's not possible without the image on the right. Okay? So you can't have extreme wealth without having abject poverty. And so that's very important. And as we seek solutions in the times that we find ourselves, those solutions also create their own challenges. So I'll give you an example. Now there's I don't know whether, does Elon Musk still live in Geberge? Elon Musk's father? I think he lives here. Well, he does, I think, whether we like it or not. But Elon Musk, you all know, and I want to show you about sort of Tesla, right? So one of the solutions that we are looking towards to get rid of the internal combustion engine and the pollution that causes is the electric car. But of course, that doesn't mean that mining stops, right? Because you need cobalt mining, you need lithium in these batteries and so on. And we know how in the DRC, for example, we see our children are being exploited in those mines. So as we seek solutions, and we think that there are solutions, they also create other kinds of challenges. And that's why what this shows you, somebody might be driving a Tesla car in the USA and think they're unconnected to the rest of the world, but they're connected to the DRC. So we're always entangled. So interaction helps us to understand that. That we're not separate. We separate. We create the idea that we're separate from communities. But what I do and what I choose to do impacts on communities because I'm entangled. I'm not actually separate. And so my last thoughts is to say that we have to accept that we are always already part of communities. Right? We might want to engage communities differently and more productively and ethically. But it doesn't mean currently we're not connected to those communities and we're not impacting. What we do in our choices and all our plans have an impact on communities already. But we can do it differently and we can do it more productively. That leadership should be ethical and therefore leadership should be interactive. We should always see ourselves as inside, not leadership that imposes, that's external, that's Newtonian. And then educational planning researchers should embrace slowness. In other words, doing planning differently, to build ethical and intellectual stamina and to garner experimental energy. I thank you.
And we thank you, for, as I said, for the thought-provoking, stimulating presentation, which gives us a lot to consider and to act upon as we move forward. And especially for the younger folks here, as they pursue their pathways forward, then they will be the change agents that will stuff here. So, in terms of rationality that you addressed, we do have the question of the schedule, and we still want to take a few minutes break, okay, and come back in what? Your call. Huh? 2 minutes. In 2 minutes? Okay. Okay, 2 minutes, which means when we get back here. As they say in South Africa, just now. Oh, no, please. Thank you, sir.
We are now going to move into session J. My name is Angel Ford, and I am an assistant professor of information sciences and technology at the University at Albany, which is a SUNY institution in New York State. And we will have, the next session is titled National Global Engagement Addressing Critical Issues. During this session, we will have 3 presentations, and each set of presenters or individual presenters will have 15 minutes to present, and we'll have about 5 minutes for question and answer after each presentation. So the first presentation will be Hubs of Convergence as an Endogenous Model for Rethinking Institutional Community Engagement Praxis and Scholarship. The presenters for that presentation, please come on up. And you should be all set.
Yes, I just wanted to get the presentation up. Okay. Yo. I'm not sure that's how my voice sounds. That sounds a lot better. Okay. Good morning, everyone. My name is Osabohien Clifford Uwoya. I'm a resource mobilizer at the Engagement Office. I'm also a PhD candidate here at this university, and I'll let my colleague introduce himself.
Good morning, colleagues. My name is Bruce Darmond, and I work for Clifford in the Engagement Office.
Okay. So today, let's go back to the title. This presentation is going to be in a form of a dialogue. So myself, Clifford, I embody the emerging African scholar / philosopher trying to make sense, trying to theorize the society, this world I'm living. And then I'm dialoguing with Bruce, who would embody all of the university people in power, people that make the big decisions. But also, is going to be coming in as a director of the Engagement Office. So we're going to discuss on how the hubs of convergence is an endogenous model. And hopefully, as we discuss, and afterwards would create a space for you to engage with us, we can touch on some of these objectives. We can look at how the hubs of convergence contributes to discourse of decoloniality, Africanization, post-coloniality as a form of expression. Then we want to critically engage whether it supports the interface of engagement in the university and these discourses we're speaking about. And how can the engagement mandate of the university facilitate the intersection of the 3 missions of the university? And then to propose the hubs of convergence as an endogenous model that deepens our understanding of the civic university. So, Bruce.
Yes, sir.
You told us you have this model. Mm-hmm. Can you just explain a bit more about this model?
Thanks, Cliff. I think the model is informed by the vision of the university, as the previous speaker said, in trying to understand what universities are good for, given some of the historical and contemporary challenges we face. And this model is part of the strategic model of that guides the reimagination of engagement, both at intellectual, scholarly, and programmatic levels, as an expression of what universities can be good for. We know what they're good at, but what are they good for, given some of the challenges raised by the previous speaker? We therefore suggest, Cliff, you can move to the next slide, that COVID, as Leslie previously mentioned, came actually as an opportunity for us to give conceptual clarity on what these hubs of convergence could look like. And so the project, which is located in the Engagement Office, is focused on around 8 thematic areas that sees the convergence of multiple internal and stakeholder communities around the themes of individual and collective wellness, food sovereignty, gender engagement, community-driven initiatives, knowledge communication and application, education ecosystem, indigenous knowledge systems, and sports, arts, and cultures. And we have just more than 40 programs and projects across these various hubs, comprising students, NGOs, MPOs, and governments, thinking of different ways of engaging around some of the intractable challenges of our time.
Okay, sounds good. It's a lot of big grammar inside there. But surely this must come from somewhere, unless you just plucked it out from the air. So what guides the way you do engagement?
So in the words of a Nigerian Ubo, when I was in Nigeria at the beginning of the word, and I introduced myself as an academic, he then said, you're one of those who continually blow vocabulary while nothing changes. So we want to suggest that this new imagined approach is actually informed by a number of strategic imperatives, because the responses is not to replace but to complement existing and critique and engage with existing frameworks informed by the quintuple helix. And I learned a lot of new vocabulary in the previous speaker. I think that will mold well into our expression of what this could look like. But it's the interaction with the environment, and not perhaps now interaction, it's seeing ourselves part of, with my new vocabulary and the new learning of, this notion that the university always wants to see itself apart from society rather than part of society, through academia collaborating in ways that seeks to enhance one another's projects instead of competing. How do we work with businesses in a way that not seems only to be extractionist, but a real development, have a development agenda, think with business industry, public authorities. We have a crisis with governments, I think, across the globe at the moment. That's why we're faced with this crisis, how we're engaging with these various forms of government to create these enabling conditions for us to flourish and do the different sets of work in support of Mother Earth. And then civil society, the excluded voices, those voices that have always been on the periphery of the university. The university has been always classified as this mythical space, and we continue to use it as the mythical space with our writing and vocabulary. So how do we deconstruct our worlds to really form part of society?
Wonderful. Okay, do you have any questions for me, Bruce?
Well, you're one of those that are known as blowing vocabulary as an African scholar. You're quite young, and you seem to follow trends of other scholars that have gone before you. So from your perspective, what do you think is missing from this approach to really make it meaningful in responding to challenges in society?
Thank you very much, Bruce. Well, I believe we need, when we do our work, when we as practitioners, engagement practitioners and scholars and theorists, we need to have an ontology. There has to be something that informs the way we view the various societies that we work in. And looking at South Africa, for example, from one of the work we were doing, the triple helix of marginalization came about. And the scholars, the names you see there, are not all in academia. Some of them actually are our community partners. And we see in South Africa, actually, there was some marginalization pre-democracy. There were struggles. Struggles were structural. We look at social welfare. These have been in the country. We look at apartheid and how that has marginalized huge communities in our country. And then we look post-democracy. There's still this marginalization there. We see lack of service delivery. We see corruption. This is very prevalent in the country we live in today. But then in conversation, we even realize that in our communities as well, there are different marginalization we see there in terms of even civic activity, community development, the brown envelope being passed to various people in the communities. All of these are actually quite prevalent. And so it brings us to the word that we must be mindful of the context which do our work, because context matters. And not just in terms of South Africa as a context, but from community to community. Even here in Quebec, from when we do work in Zwede to when we do work in Helinville, the context is very different.
Thanks. So my understanding is context is important. We can't just have one-size-fits-all templates. We really have to think carefully where this has to land and with who it does land. So how do you think this broader understanding contributes towards the conversation, and what must be added to this conversation, you think, to create a truly just society, especially one within the context of South Africa and the African continent as well.
Thank you very much. Well, I believe as a university, we must be mindful whenever we do our work, particularly engagement work as the engagement office, that the work we do contributes to broader conversations that are happening. And so we look at the conversations of decolonization and Africanization, and various scholars have written on how, as African universities, we need to rethink the architecture. The previous presenter spoke about the curriculum, the way we know our pedagogical practices, our praxis. We need to actually rethink how these can lead or push us towards this African university that we are trying to imagine. And so post-coloniality, in some way, just looks at how we are rethinking these knowledge canons, not necessarily from a periodization standpoint, so not just from the colonialists came in so 100, they left in so 100, we became independent in so 100. No, but also ideologically, you know, if we only look in terms of periods, we miss out in terms of how knowledge has been moving ideologically and is actually sometimes not always linked with time. And so we propose that the hubs of convergence is an endogenous model. And what endogeneity speaks to is it prioritizes understanding from the context which knowledge is created, which in our situation is South Africa, by looking at the logic, the values of the system, but not to now put this one on top, okay, but to bring it to complement with the other knowledges that have been there. And so we look at how this has been done in different fields of study. Hutonji did it in philosophy, Mafeje has done it in African scholarship, Adeshina, Akiwowo, Magokwana have done it in sociology. So within community engagement, how can we also begin to rethink? And so as we conclude our presentation, I want to come back to you again and ask you a question because you've been asking me too much questions here. From the way you've been doing engagement work as a director within your office, what lessons have you learned?
So I think you mentioned that we have to have an ontological assumption when we start this work, and I think it's based on epistemic humility and pedagogic humility, I'll take from this previous speaker. But that humility positions itself in a way that we're not trying, as you suggest, to remove other knowledges from the table. We're trying to insert our discourses into the present discourses that will impact us as well. And so that onus then requires to think carefully. But what we're suggesting is that we're having demonstrations. We're moving beyond the yapping that academics are renowned for, and we're starting to show demonstration because that's what our Vice Chancellor wants. She says, all this beautiful theory, show me where I can see it today on campus. And so that's our mandate, to provide the platform for demonstrations. And so with that, there is a lot of learning that has emerged that we share with you now. Number one is context matters. It's no one size fit all. This idea that the solution could be found north or south without people contributing is something that needs to change. And we really have to think critically within the spaces that we work. Language matters. We're having conversations today as this conference about people that are not here. We are the people that will be impacted by our policy, so we could have heard their voices. Is the vocabulary we're using accommodating to everyone in the space? Do we speak in ways that are exclusionary, not consciously, but unconsciously sometimes? We have to think of language. Operationally, to immerse this work, it takes a lot of effort. The engagement mandate has historically been a marginalized mandate of the university, with teaching and learning and research rightfully taking precedence. But we're suggesting with reimagination, and this is what the university is embarking on at Nelson Mandela University, is how do we up the mandate of engagement by showing intersectionality with those other two mandates. And we're starting to show now already as a university, it's providing fantastic opportunity both for the learning and teaching as well as the research project as well. The complexity still remains, how do we get the harmonies? And sometimes I say we must stop posturing as if we have a solution, but we are making a meaningful contribution. So that's the terminology. We don't assume to be fixing anything, but we're making a meaningful contribution. as the previous speaker suggested, relationships are key for this. So we work from the philosophy of convergence, how we come together and talk about particular phenomena that, or problems or issues that we're exploring. Are we accommodating of the dissenting voice, of the how do we embrace the complementing voice in the conversation as well, because we can have nice talks from platforms, but when it comes to our faculty meetings, when it comes to the different engagements, we still speak from power positions, and we are actually walking contradictions of what we espouse when we speak. And in my last African minute, African minute is quite long timekeeping, so be careful. It's extremely time consuming, this work, and I like the idea of moving the slowness in order to go wide, and that does not mean the pace, but you have to immerse yourself carefully because of the number of new paradigms that you engage with internally as well as externally, and then you're trying to facilitate both a collaborative and a facilitative and conceptual space in order for new imaginations to appear, because I think that's what university is about. But you look at our practices, we're still doing some of the same practices, and we can reflect fondly about them of 1850 and 60. And so really, given some of the challenge, how radical in our thinking are we when it comes to change and using the engagement mandate? And the last one I'll touch on is resources. This is an intense resource process, and the universities have to back this up with support, or else we don't have support. So we have a lot of goodwill from staff and other people wanting to do this work in a meaningful way, but then they get caught up with the teaching and learning project and research. But we are starting to show that if you integrate it in an intersectional way, you can actually achieve all three. And we will share a video to actually demonstrate, before our guest throws me off the podium, how we are able to achieve this. Thank you so much, Cliff.
All right, thanks so much, Bruce. So we intentionally try to keep our presentation shorter so we can have engagement. We could invite everyone in the room to continue in this dialogue with us. So please engage with us.
We've got 5 minutes, colleagues, for you to critique us, to celebrate us, to help our thinking.
You can put your hand up if you want to, and then there are mics that are moving around.
I love just a comment about the importance of building relationships. And so often, leaders are worried about power, and so often they say things like that we want good relationships, but their words and actions don't match.
Absolutely.
So I think that's always the key for leadership, to try to get words and actions to match, and they have to be able to release power. And so often they don't want to do that. And that's what I think is key with building relationships, is trust and empowering others to be part of the process. So I think you hit it right on the nail on the head.
But I think we also have to be gracious, because there's a lot of graciousness demanded, because even that leadership is complex, the transition into that process of being more inclusive, as part of the process. So we also encourage the work intention, but at least you should have the objective. You see, because people look at our demonstrations, that's what communities are looking at now as well. So what do you look like when you speak like that? How am I experienced by you? How do I make sense as a leader of other people's experiences of myself?
Excellent, thank you.
Anybody else?
You can take it.
Thank you so much. My name is Noluvo. Mine is a comment, specifically looking at language. And I love how you highlight the importance of language in terms of community engagement, because we can say that we are co-constructing, we're working together, and that context matters. But if you use a language that excludes everyone, then that becomes pointless, because then you're silencing their voices. And so I think a key highlight here is that as we are embarking on community engagement, we need to be mindful of the language, because if we come into the space with a language that is not necessarily understood by everyone, we are already putting ourselves on a pedestal Therefore, we are not able even to connect with them. So it makes then forming relationships and building relationships even difficult, because already you have sidelined the people that you are claiming to be working with. So mine is a comment on really the importance of language in the space. Thank you.
No, thanks so much, Noluva. And it's so important. It reminds me of an example of a presentation Bruce gave, and it was speaking on one of our principles, which is reciprocal solidarity. You know, everyone gets something out of it. And he was trying to break it down, and eventually a mama, a gogo, said, "Oh, you mean nothing for Mahala?" And in that moment, she understood. You know, and then even him as a presenter eventually using that in future presentations. So the key is not just to come and blow big grammar, but are we mindful that sometimes our language can carry power, and through that we can actually exclude people. So you're very correct, Noluva, it's very important.
Hi, thank you for this presentation. It's really refreshing to see those names of scholars such as Huntonji and Maffei. I really like the notion of humility. We talk a lot about cultural humility, but I like hearing the notion of epistemic humility. Is that what you were mentioning? Could you tell us a little bit more about it?
Yeah. I can't claim it because it's a colleague in Kenya when we visited Kenya in the education faculty. And I don't have the rich vocabulary as this African scholar, the academic vocabulary. And she was saying, so you're actually speaking about epistemic humility. You know, that notion that we have to stop being, as Africans, that we shouldn't be shy about the knowledge we have. That it requires activism. We're demanding the seat at the table, but in a way that does not seek to overthrow, that seeks to be heard and make a meaningful contribution to the present discourses around change. People should not be having conversations about us anywhere without us being at it, but we have to be respectful of everyone's right to have thoughts. And I think, as Freya says, it's then in that discourse that we develop, I think, a richness of material. We weren't verging away from data, material, because everything is material in our episteme that we can use in ways that influences the focus of our engagement.
And even just to thank you on epistemic humility, it's the recognition also of marginalized knowledge that has been there for years, and the fact that when we go into IKS, when we go into indigenous knowledge systems, we're not just going in there to shine a light on it and say, this is great, but how can that be brought into our lived experience? And then also being mindful that there's also a global discourse happening. And so when we insert our voice into the global discourse, we come with humility, but we are assertive that we have a voice and we have something. And we're not going to overthrow what is there, but we also have African ontologies, African epistemologies, African ways of knowing, African ways of being. And these should also be included in the global conversations. And that's also what we do with the HOC. The Hubs of Convergence is a living organism. It started with the VC speech, and there was nothing, there was no place, there was no space. And over the years, different projects, and it's not just academics, it's people in community, it's intergenerational, and there's an institutional expression in Mandela University. We have a faculty expression we're developing now with Stellenbosch and with University of the Western Cape and Mangosuthu University. We also have an international demonstration we're developing with the University of Limerick. And so you see how it differs from context, but it's living and it will keep evolving, but it was built from the context which we find ourselves. So that's how we bring in with epistemic humility. Thank you.
So in conclusion, thank you so much for the opportunity to share our practice and the contributions. And then I'll leave you with some wise words that we got from an amazing philosopher in the city. Let's continue, dala in what you must. You know that term, dala what you must. It's a colloquium used in our communities to say we do what we can with what we have while we are here. So the questions they will ask you, so what is your dala? That's the question I ask for ISEP. What are you doing with what you have? Thank you so much.
You. Yep, it's on. Thank you very much. That was very enlightening. I have questions, but we're running out of time, so I will approach you individually later. We are ready for our second presentation in session J, and that will be contributions of international students to the host institution and community, a case study. And we have a group of scholars coming up from St. Cloud State University, and I will let you introduce yourselves.
While we work out the technical situation here, I'm Robert Johnson, Professor Emeritus at St. Cloud State University, which is in Minnesota in the United States, by the way. And Professor Emeritus, in terms of decoding stuff, just simply means I'm retired from the university. Still engaged in getting work, but it also means no pay, no benefits.
Hello. I talk really loud. So I'm Felicia Lamukta. I'm also from St. Cloud State University. I'm an associate professor in science education, and I'm really happy to be here.
And I'm Shazad Ahmad. I'm the Associate Vice President for Center for International Studies at St. Cloud State University, and my work is really about bringing students to St. Cloud State as well as sending students abroad.
And we're going to speak very quickly, hopefully, about ways in which ways in which we can utilize human talent that comes from many sources and that can make contributions in many areas, in many ways, and to many people. And so we're going to focus primarily on what international students have done for the institution to which we belong and in the community in which we're situated, and then also try to explore ways in which international students have profited from these engagements with the campus and the university and the community. So one of our colleagues is not here, Deborah Beamer is not here, but we'll get started. So Felicia will start, and I guess I have to start pushing some buttons here. Okay.
So typically, international students contribute to our university and our community in typical ways, and this is generally across the board. There's economic contributions, research contributions, cultural contributions, as well as global contributions.
And what that means is that when you look at the literature on international students, these are the points that are often highlighted. And what we wanted to go is to go beyond these broad categories and do an in-depth look at how we have utilized the talents and skills that come to us from all over the world.
So very briefly, in terms of economic contributions, so if you look, there's an estimate that international students have brought $40 billion to the U.S. economy. That's just in 2022, 2023. And they've also supported nearly 400,000 jobs. International students also bring really diverse experiences to campuses, international perspectives, and become a part of our global networks for domestic students and our international experts. In terms of research contributions, they bring new research ideas and expertise from their home countries. They help strengthen their international partnerships, and they make significant contributions in terms of science and engineering research. They're a huge source of talent and a comparative advantage for the US and its critical pieces for keeping the nation at the leading edge of discovery and knowledge.
These are points that people make when talking about the presence of international students in the United States. And again, we'd like to go beyond that.
And of course, cultural contributions. I really should have our international director speak briefly about this.
Yes, the cultural contributions are always looked at in terms of, the highlight of the presence of different students in any community, and St. Cloud State is no different. This is actually a recent photo where we have a journey across the world, a celebration of different culture in one evening at the local theater. Those cultural contributions continue on at St. Cloud State by having a cultural night pretty much almost every Saturday through the academic year. So different international students can represent their culture, food, and also show a little bit more than just their presence there, but bring more of their traditions and their daily life to campus and showcase to others.
And then global contributions. So international students, they also help us build relationships with other countries. They're great ambassadors. So they're referred to as our greatest foreign policy asset.
Okay. And what we like to do is point out how there's been some mutual beneficial arrangements and engagements by having the presence of international students at our institution, but also within the community. And we'll talk about how we have gotten students, international students, into the community, and we've been able to utilize the resources and the talents that they bring. And in return, they receive a number of benefits from that relationship. Okay, and that's just an overview of some of the things that we'll be addressing. So we have, as you heard in the presentation by the president, over 900 students?
Almost 1,200 international students.
1,200 this year from 90 different countries, representing about 12% of the student body, graduate, undergraduate students, and the like. So the students that we have in our program over the years, we're talking about a program that started in 1987. That's an outreach program providing services to students in elementary, middle school, and high school, and also in community settings, in which we're trying to help improve academic skills, enhance their acquisition of other types of work readiness skills and preparation, and all of the things that our guest speaker spoke to this morning in terms of things that we might not be focusing on so much, but nonetheless, that's part of what people are striving to do in terms of hopefully helping students to improve their life opportunities. So we've created through the university programs to help students in the community to be more successful in life, to provide them with opportunities for success. And so these students come from 50 different countries representing different continents. They come from many different majors, and the programs that we have structured are to address the issues of underrepresentation in science and technology areas by women, people of color, et cetera, low-income students, and the like. And so these students spend several years working with the university, sometimes up to 7 years when they come in as first entering students, new entering students through graduate work. And in addition to students who have citizenship abroad, we have other students who are recent immigrants to the United States, or from first, second generation families, or students who have refugee status. Okay. And as I mentioned, some of the programs that we have are designed to help a lot of students. And we've engaged over 5,000 students in these programs from the community and local schools and the like. And we've involved hundreds of students from abroad in the service of helping students in the community. Okay. And these are, so we have students, of the hundreds of students that have worked with us, they represent almost 50 different countries. 5 minutes? Okay. So anyway, as a result, these students bring a variety of skills and talents to the students that we serve in the community. They in turn get a lot of benefits, such as work experience. It's surprising how many students from different countries don't necessarily work. They're full-time students. They get greater contact with people from the United States. It's not just that they're on campus, but they are working in the community. They earn paychecks, and they get a lot of other talents, training and things of that sort. So they provide services to the people that we work with, and then they in turn get a number of outcomes or benefits to them. And what is this? Okay, that's still there. And then some of the things that they do, they work in these different positions in research, instruction, and a host of other things. And Felicia is going to talk about ways in which international students bring their talents to work with local students.
So here's just one example of many. This is Bitanya and Bam, and they're at a math, science, computer camp working with summer students, 3rd through 8th grade, and they're having like evening activities, and they're leading the students in that. Lots of fun. Go to the next slide. And this is from advanced programs in technology and science. And students are making ice cream. What they do is they work with a mentor for 3 weeks, a faculty mentor in the College of Science and Engineering. And we're just making ice cream, but we're going to, if we go to the next slide, we're actually going to do some real cool science and try to figure out how much fat content is in different types of ice creams that we've made, and store-bought, as well as making vanilla extract on the left using very condensed carbon dioxide. And the right side here is a Soxhlet reaction, just to take the fat and put it into a solvent and just have it go away, and then you can measure before and after and find out how much fat is actually in your ice cream.
Okay.
Of course, in order to make this possible, there's a lot of rules and regulations that, the international students in the United States have to follow. And that's where the international office comes in, working with the collaborators like the academic department to create program that allows legally for those students to work on university project, even when those projects are in the community. So that's really the strength of this program has been that many students, international students, have been able to participate in activities in the community or programs like the Math Science Camp and others that they will not be able to otherwise be able to participate or contribute. So it requires creativity, but more importantly, working across the campus with different partners to make these opportunities possible.
And we have to overcome a lot of resistance by administrators who interpret federal rules in such a way that it's restrictive. So that it's more about, well, you can't do that because they haven't thought about ways in which it can be done. And in compliance with the law. That's very important. Okay. So we all know that, and as the literature points out over and over, international students can and do make meaningful contributions, and this is going beyond the, bringing money to a community or bringing bodies to a campus. So when provided the opportunity to do so, they can help people in the local community. They, in return, can benefit in many ways from that engagement and involvement. The administrative and bureaucratic factors can be addressed. How much time? Well, we only have a couple of things to say, so okay. And by being intentional about this, and then other institutions can understand that there are ways to meaningfully and mutually beneficially use the talents and skills and insights that people from around the world bring and can share with other folks. That's us. Oh, we got something else? Okay. References, thank you for listening. We have time for questions, answers, and anything else you would like to throw at us.
So I saw that, and correct me if I'm wrong, students can or cannot get hired off campus, international students?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so of course there are many different processes through which students can.
Mm-hmm.
However, that can be limiting sometimes, that it has to be part of their curricular practical training,
Right.
which is a different process attached to a classroom. But with this project, when it really is managed by a campus department which engages outside entities to do that work, so students are really working through the university to be able to perform those services.
Awesome.
For example, a lot of the domestic students, they will work part-time or even full-time, and so they can be hired by local businesses and the like. International students are restricted usually to campus employment.
Right.
Unless there's, as I say, some work-related or school-related type things. So what we do is basically we employ students through the university, through a university department, and then deploy them or assign them to settings off the campus, because
Right.
our programs are include both on-campus and off-campus settings.
Perfect. I know we face the similar situation of how do we get them out into the community and ensure that. So I guess my question is more about the supports. I know some of our students require specific supports, especially when we realize that they're struggling for success. So what are some of the supports that you have found that you've needed to provide, or maybe didn't anticipate needing to provide to ensure their success?
Yeah. So we do a lot of training, a lot of preparation, especially to navigate cultural differences. For example, working with kids. How do you handle student behavior and things of that sort? There's some do's and don'ts, because there are U.S. laws about mandating reporting, touching, and all of those type of things. And then there are other things that take place on campus that Shazad could speak to in terms of the type of services that
So, see, I mean, as Dr. Johnson mentioned, that the training is a critical part of the success for these students. Knowing the rules and regulations and the policies of the university, but also the laws of the country. And I think a good training allows them to understand really where the line kind of is drawn when it comes to in terms of their service to these programs and all that stuff in that way. So good training, engaging them to really understand the rules and regulations is key, and that's ongoing. So it's not just a one time. And of course, I mean, we didn't mention that many of these students, or all of these students, because they're dealing with young people, do require the background checks and all that, which actually allows us to engage them to help them understand the severity of any wrongdoing can impact not only on the institution and the program, but also on themselves as they seek employment in the future in the United States.
Yes. Oh.
Thank you very much. Thank you for that presentation. Very insightful. As someone who's been an international student myself for almost 10 years now, it's very wonderful to hear. I'm just interested because I hear a lot of ingenuity in operating within the frameworks and the policies in terms of creating access for the international students. I'm just interested, from the way you've positioned your work and some of the outcomes, has there been any opportunity to also influence some of the institutional policies around internationalization and even perhaps the legal frameworks around that?
Yes. Shazad had his position because we kept encountering resistance, opposition, hostility to international students being meaningfully engaged. They can't do that. The policies don't allow that. Yes, they do. It was a matter of interpretation. And so we had to fight with these bureaucracies, these administrators, and eventually, as they left, and Shazad expanded his role from working with domestic student services, minority student services on the campus, to embracing the Office of International Studies. And so he brought a different kind of sensitivity, a different kind of understanding. He himself was an international student at St. Cloud State University. Our esteemed colleague here, Dr. Muki, was, as she mentioned, she was a student there. She worked in this program. And so we have lots and lots of people with that kind of experience and insight. And as they've gone through the ranks and got into these positions of authority, then we could work. So it wasn't always, we're still fighting the struggle, okay? But at least we were inside, sitting at the table, making some of these changes.
Yeah, I think I don't want to give an impression that, the laws are not important, the policies are not important. Of course, those are really, but sometimes, I think as you really mentioned in your presentation, that it takes courage and creativity to really understand that how things can be done, the way it can benefit all communities. And there's some additional work that is required and willingness of the people. And I think that's where you challenge in terms of the whole engagement part, that in order to engage all sectors of your community, you have to be creative. And you have to really have the willingness to be able to look at each and every aspect of that student's life cycle. Doesn't matter which students you're talking about, because there are differences and there are different ways to serve those different students through their life cycle. And international students also have that life cycle, and part of it is the importance of that community engagement, both for themselves and also for the community, to really understand what the value they bring and what the value they get out of that experience.
Thank you much. I'm going to be a timekeeper next time I step up here, so I know what her job is.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Great presentation. We have one more presentation in this session, and that will be teaching collaboratively across borders for the promotion of cultural understanding and enhancing learning among pre-service teachers and staff. We have a presenter from Nelson Mandela University, and I will let you introduce yourself. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, colleagues, and welcome to all our esteemed colleagues from the US. We're really privileged to have you all with us here today, and to our colleagues from Nelson Mandela University as well. My presentation today is going to focus on my experiences working with a colleague from the Karl Wojtyła University in Germany. And so what I want to do is I will provide an overview. I'll provide an introduction, and then briefly just mention what is the aim of this presentation, and then the why DOD-sponsored project from 2020 to 2023, and that many of you know that that was a period of lockdown in South Africa. So I'm going to talk about how we worked collaboratively during that time, during the lockdown. And then our DOD project, that is between myself, Al, and Silke Bakker from the Karl Wojtyła University. And the program was focusing on dimensions of diversity. So I'll tell you a little bit about that program. And then how we presented lectures online to each other's classes. Me in South Africa and Silke Bakker at Karl Wojtyła University in Oldenburg, and how we worked collaboratively. Then I want to critically reflect on my learning and the lessons learned, working collaboratively with a colleague from across the miles, and me not having traveled there, but only having worked in South Africa with her, and unfortunately couldn't have an opportunity to travel later on due to family commitments. And then also I wanted to look at the reflections based on the participants' learning as well. And then I want to perhaps share some photos with you to highlight the critical moments. So here's my partner. We called academic partners, myself and Silke Bakker. And that's our relationship. And we have had this relationship from 2020 to 2023. So I'm on a sabbatical now, so I'm not going to be involved in the project this year. But for those years, 2020 to 23, we worked collaboratively across borders. So what I want to say is, firstly, to say that in terms of pre-service teacher development, and I'm involved in pre-service teacher development as a teacher educator, it's so important and imperative that it's not confined to a single space or single university, but it should transcend borders. That transcending of borders is so imperative, because this will then contribute to the holistic development of our students for a more globalized, interconnected world as global citizens. And what we can do, what we can focus on is the way that students and staff could understand their roles as citizens of the world, rather than merely as citizens of a particular nation. So we go beyond that. So Dr. Silke Bakker from the Karl Wojtyła University and I worked collaboratively to present workshops and lessons to students and staff from 20 to 23, as I mentioned to you. Some sessions were presented virtually, and others were presented hybridly. So from 2020, 21, 22, I never got to meet Silke personally. But in 2023, she visited us at the NMU. So I got to meet her for the first time in person. And we did some projects while she was here as well. So we used telecollaboration as a model of virtual exchange that focuses on enhancing intercultural learning through the sharing of culture, sharing ideas, etc. And so the aim of this presentation is to provide a kind of a personal reflection on how I experienced working collaboratively with Dr. Silke Bakker from Karl Wojtyła University, while we taught each other's classes virtually by sharing my pedagogical approaches, and then using how we use team teaching to teach across borders for our students' cultural and academic enrichment. So just to contextualize this work is a DOD-sponsored project that started in 2020 during the lockdown. And our esteemed DVC Teaching and Learning, Dr. Muki Moeng, when she went to Germany on a sabbatical, she decided to start this project on dimensions of diversity. And when she returned, she co-opted colleagues to participate in the project. And I have a relationship with the Karl Wojtyła University. since the year 2000 when I was a student there. So I continued with my relationship, just like many of our other colleagues have continued with the relationship with St. Cloud University. So the context of the program was it involved pre-service teachers and staff from the Carl von Ossietzky University and from the Nelson Mandela University as well. And there were team leaders. Professor Satora was one of the team leaders as well who was involved. And so the team leaders coordinated the project. So basically, we had a winter school from every year since 2020 to 2023, we had a winter school. And during the winter school, during the lockdown, we had to work remotely. But subsequently, from 2022 onwards, 2022 and 23, colleagues traveled. So colleagues from NMU traveled to Carl von Ossietzky for the winter school there, colleagues and students, pre-service students as well. So this is the, just to give you an outline of the DART project. So Silke and myself, these are the presentations we presented. So there were different themes for each of the years. I just put the one section in red at the bottom there because in 2021, I worked with different colleagues and the connection wasn't the same compared to when I worked with Silke over all the years. I was actually teamed up with colleagues to do funds of knowledge. Now, Dr. Silke Bakker and myself, our expertise, or I wouldn't say expertise, but our area of pedagogy is on the methodology of teaching languages. So both of us are involved in the didactics of teaching English as a first additional, as a home, and as a foreign language. So in that way, we really complemented each other. So in 2020, the theme was inclusion and multilingualism in teacher education. And this is the presentation that we presented, exploring strategies for enhanced teaching and learning. And this we did completely virtually. So everyone was virtual during that time. And then in 2022, the theme was diversity in the classroom from theory to practice. And then it was hybrid because I presented from South Africa because I couldn't travel, and the other colleagues were in Germany, including Professor Satora and many others, and students as well. So then I was instructing virtually what Dr. Silke Bakker should do because I work in drama pedagogy. So we were doing a workshop in drama pedagogy in the use of tableaus to teach as a drama methodology. And then the last one was the critical literacies for world citizenship, which was so fantastic because all our colleagues from Carl von Ossietzky came to the Nelson Mandela University, and then we worked together collaboratively, and we were able to work with the students and staff from both institutions. In addition to this, in addition to the presentations, we also taught each other's classes. So in 2021, Dr. Bakker taught my class virtually, and this was a topic on linguistic and cultural diversity in German education context. So she shared the German experiences, and then I taught her master's class virtually on using tableaus and creative arts to enhance literacy development. And then in 2023, Dr. Bakker taught my class again, teaching literature and culture. What we did is we took a South African story, Nur Jahan by Ahmed Isup, and then she was very interested in teaching that story to her group of students. And then we found out that we complemented each other so magnificently because Dr. Bakker was very well versed in the theory, and I was my talent was to use drama to teach the story. So we complemented each other. So she taught the theory to her group, and then I did the practical tableau virtually, and then she coordinated with her group. And then when she taught my group, she gave them the theoretical framework of the teaching of Nur Jahan. Okay, so I have 5 minutes left. Okay, so let me go on. And then these were further lectures that were presented. So in terms of my own learning, I want to focus on the multiplicity of learning opportunities such encounters present in terms of cultural enrichment, collaboration, enhancing teaching and learning. You can imagine, the plethora of experiences and how we were enriched by the experiences. Also the importance of working collaboratively you can, by including the different skill sets and talents, I think it's very, very important. The matching is important. The colleagues need to be matched in terms of their commonalities, so that when they are working together, there's a communication, there's understanding, etc. What we also did was, I think one of our advantages, we always met on a Sunday virtually for a tea time session. So we'd meet and we'd discuss, our experiences, and we learned so much about each other as well. So what I also found is that team teaching, it provides excellent opportunities for enhanced learning, and now we can do it virtually as well. We need to be creative in terms of how we work internationally with our international partners. As I mentioned, regular meetings are important to galvanize the team, otherwise it won't really materialize. And the partnership will be enhanced if the partners are interested in each other's lives and they share the experiences and challenges. And that's what we did. We actually became friends and colleagues. In terms of the participants' learning, I think they gained immense insights into interculturality, cultural differences, pedagogical mentoring, critical and social issues, as you can imagine from this experience as well. And the intercultural communicative competence was enhanced phenomenally because of the workshop sessions and the virtual sessions that we had. And issues of power, equity, gender, and social justice was enhanced as a result of our cross-cultural collaboration as well. They gained also a holistic perspective in terms of language teaching and learning, and because we shared insights also, I gained an understanding of the European Union in terms of how they do foreign language teaching, and she shared that with my class as well. So the European South African collaboration. So when we're working collaboratively across borders, it will definitely lead to a greater understanding, and we will tend to appreciate cultural practices so much more. It leads to interconnectedness amongst the colleagues. It brings people together for shared experiences and insights. And then, as I mentioned, matching is important. I like this quote by Michelle Obama. She says, "You may live in the world as it is, but you can still work to create the world as it should be." I think this is so powerful. And I think this is what we were trying to do. We were trying to create the world as it should be. So just to end off here, just to show you, this was how we worked virtually. We set up the program, and then I worked from South Africa. And here I was working virtually and instructing, and Silke Bakker was coordinating the tableaus in Karl-Von-Ossietzky with our colleagues and students that side. And so colleagues and students from South Africa were there. And then this was when they arrived in South Africa, and we did the program at the NMU, the Nelson Mandela University. And then this was now me working with the group, doing the tableau practically with this students and colleagues from Karl-Von-Ossietzky and Nelson Mandela University. This was the tableau, and then inviting, these were feedback of our class sessions. Just to show you there, I invited Silke Bakker to come and assess my group plays. My students did group plays on issues reflected in South Africa, specific issues, and I had invited her as the adjudicator. So we met for the first time, and she was the adjudicator of this experience. And then we visited the Nelson Mandela Bay, and I showed her some icons like a Hindu temple, and so that's how we connected. So I thought I wanted to show you those pictures as well. So thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for listening. So there may be a few questions that people want to ask. Yes? Yes. Not actually my class. I teach the didactics, how to teach English as a home language. So the pedagogy of teaching English. So we use drama pedagogy, we use various kinds, culturally responsive pedagogy, etc. And then Silke Bakker, she was working also with teachers who would be teaching English as a first additional language in Germany, or as a foreign language according to the program of the European Union syllabus or curriculum. So we started to understand, she understood our curriculum, the CAPS curriculum, and I understood European Union curriculum. And our students were also understanding it because some of them had intended to travel abroad and teach abroad. So she created opportunities. She was saying, like, they need English teachers in Germany, and these are the requirements, and they were asking her questions. And they also wrote reflective pieces on their own experiences as well, which when she came, I gave her those reflective pieces as well, the way they enjoyed it and the insights in terms of the global interconnectedness and how we are actually global citizens, you know, especially because of the movement of people across the globe now. Okay. Yes. Yes. In the South African context, we have the X-model C schools, and we have the so-called township schools. The At the X-model C schools, English is only taught as a home language. But in the township schools, English is taught as a first additional because isiXhosa is taught as the home language. But the medium of instruction in the isiXhosa so-called previously disadvantaged schools is still English, which disadvantages the students. But there's a move now to work towards more having the indigenous languages as medium of instructions. But we're busy now recirculating, writing up textbooks in those languages. So we can only do that when we have those textbooks as well. Any other questions? Yes.
Good morning.
Hi, good morning, good
and
morning.
Thank you so much for your presentation.
Yes.
My name is Zanella Hartman, and
Yes.
I am from Nelson Mandela University.
Yes.
I'm just curious if to know that, did you perhaps encounter any challenges through this process? And if you had, if there were any, could you perhaps share some of those with us?
Okay, yes, I should have mentioned that. The biggest challenge is relates to connectivity, and it was during the time when we had a lot of load shedding. So, but fortunately, we tried to I checked the load shedding schedule. So we always tried to get times when there wouldn't be load shedding, like in the area where I lived, to connect to the times. And at times, we did have problems with the connectivity, but we were able to overcome those challenges because everything eventually worked out as planned. And we, fortunately, here in our faculty, we have a fantastic IT person who was Mr. Bruce Gordon, who is here today. He was a pillar of support. So even when I had to connect the first day, we would have like a practice run. You know, I would say to Silke, log in at this time, and Bruce is here, and he's going to help me to connect you up, and then we would have like a practice run. So we know that everything works. You see, so I think the practice run is important before the main presentations happen.
A very good presentation.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much, sir.
It would be nice if you could give us a demonstration using us. Some of your lessons.
Okay, yeah, I don't think I have time, but maybe during the course of the if there's some time, we can perhaps do Tableau. We can, if there's time, you can tell me. I'll speak to the.
Look like a lot of people were having fun.
Sorry, if you'd like to do a Tableau, what we can do, if there's a 10-minute at some point, then I just give you a prompt. I will give an example of a Tableau, and then I'll give you a prompt, and then each group could come up and do the Tableau. So for example, if you're doing a Tableau, we can do a Tableau on what's happening here, on how you're experiencing the conference so far. So then that's my prompt, and then I divide you into groups of 10, and then you use your bodies, your facial expression, you use your interconnectedness to each other to create the Tableau. And then we deconstruct the Tableau. So the tableaus can also be put together to create a piece of theater as well, which I have done with other groups as well. So that's a workshop for another day. Thank you so much. Right. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Before we break for lunch, I know our guest speaker has to part with us, so we want to offer a thank you. So I'm going to welcome him back up for a moment. We're going to thank him. We have a little bit of gifts, and then we will part for lunch. So if we could give Professor Leslie LaGrange a nice thank you. We appreciate your comments, and we hope you have safe travels.
I'm on a traveling work vacation, and I've got to do a presentation later today for the State University, no, Louisiana State University. Yeah, so.
Thank you. Thank you. We're all familiar with work vacations, right? Okay. Now, before lunch, I would like to offer maybe a surprise to some of us, but we have the Nelson Mandela University Choir that is going to come in, and the teacher's choir that's going to come in and gift us some song before we break for lunch.
Hey!
Later on. Okay, I'm Robert Johnson, and I'm the moderator of this session. And our first presenter needs no introduction to some of us. This is John McKenna, and he's co-presenting with a colleague who's not here, so he will have the entire time to share their presentation. And so we'll get started, and he knows I'm the timekeeper, so he knows the rules.
All right, keep me honest, Robert. Thank you so much. Again, my name is John McKenna. I am from Now University, and it's my honor and privilege to be here. And thank you for making us feel so welcome. It's really been a magical, wonderful experience. So today, I'm here to talk about this book, Dealing with the Urgent Educational Challenge, promoting social emotional well-being with students and families and teachers. Now, this book, oh, thank you. Which one is the one that makes it go forward? This one goes forward? All right, that's good. He's here if I mess up. But anyways, what this book is it's really an ISEP collaboration. Myself, Dr. Polka, and Monica Van Usen, we're the three editors and authors of the book. And after COVID, what we did is we got together and we started to say, how can we manage crisis? How can we learn from this? What can we do so this never happens again? And what we did is we started to collaborate with other professors and educators. So we actually, multiple ISEP people, had contributed to this project as well. So we started to collect information, stories, research. What can we learn? And we got this whole massive amount of information. We put it together. We went to the publisher and we said, we think we got a book. They said, no, we think you got two. And then after we started writing and we got two done and there was some things left over, they said, you got three if you want to write it. So in the last year and a half, we've written 3 books. So we've been nonstop, but it's been a collaborative effort with a lot of people, some people in this room too. So that's why when I go through some of these first slides, I want you to see some of the research at first that we did to where we got to the third one. So one of the things that Dr. LaGrange said today that I think is so important is, every moment of opportunity, every moment, is an opportunity, especially with crisis. And COVID, even though it was a crisis, we learned a lot. And we are better off now. We went through a lot, but you know what? We're poised now, and we've done so many new things. And even us being here today and live streaming and things like that are evidence of it. So that's what this book represents too. So the first book that we did was a theoretical perspective. This is how we broke it down. The theoretical perspective is, these were from the college professors. So they did a lot of research, they worked with practitioners, and then so this first book, Managing Yourself and Others During Crisis, is really research from practitioners, or from professors, that what they learned from practitioners. And there's a quote there from Dan Wall. He's a New York State Principal of the Year, and he helped us with the collaboration of the project as well. And in that book, we came up with these 8 essential leadership strategies, but we're not talking about those today. But you'll see what we did is after we assembled the information, we got together with the authors, and we broke it out in themes. So the first book broke out into 8 essential leadership strategies and themes. Now, the second book was a practitioner's perspective. This book was all principals, superintendents, teachers that came together with us, and they shared their best practices with us. So what we did then is this is a book of practical information. And same with this one, after we got together with the authors afterwards, we put it into 9 different themes. And then these are the 9 themes from that particular book. But we're not here to talk about that one today either, but I want to show you the progression. So then we came to this book. And what we had left over from after the 2 was, and this was from the professors and from all the practitioners, was a very high need to help our students, our teachers, and our families with social emotional wellness. There's a serious crisis that COVID really kind of unveiled to us. We knew it was always there. We didn't know it was quite this bad. So what we did here is we got together, and again, this is with practitioners and with professors, and we put together these 9 key responsibilities for dealing with social emotional wellness. So here's some of the things we're going to talk about today. One of the first things that we felt, if you want to make your environment one that really is caring and empathetic, you have to establish your moral purpose and mindset. So one of the things that we talked with our practitioners is that they had to have conversations and actually define what their purpose was. So it was one of those things that COVID made people really go back to zero and had to recalibrate what they did and why they do it. Embed social emotional learning into your strategic plan. It can't be luck or happenstance how this stuff happens. It has to be strategic and intentional. Oh, let me go back. Oh, how do I go back? I was going to go back. I forgot. You want me to go back? I just want to point out. Oh, I'm back. Oh, good, good. So another thing that we talked about too is you got to form collaborative teams and get these teams working with clear vision, mission, and goals. And another thing we came up with was embedding SEL into the curriculum. And that's where we're going to talk about programs like CASTLE and Responsive Classroom. Develop school-wide systems for MTSS, and some of our people talked about that yesterday, multi-tiered support systems. Now, most of the time in MTSS systems, what they do is they have PBIS, which is for behavior, and they have RTI, which is for academics, but now it's imperative that you put specific plans in to address social emotional wellness. And you got to develop a comprehensive plan for professional learning. One of the things that all of the teachers mentioned that we surveyed and went through, they all talked about how they felt they were out there without support. So it's really important that districts and leaders make sure that they put a full court press of support to help their staff be successful. Work with families beyond the classroom. And here's an important one too. Get in the power zone and work directly with people. Because the personal connections and the relationships, that's what some of the things that we talked about earlier, were so important. And the only way to make personal relationships is to get out there and make them. You can't do that if you're a leader from your office. You can't just direct people and tell people to do relationships. You have to be a good role model. So here's some of the things that we talked about. Now, here's some of the things like, what are these practices then that we can implement in our schools that can make a significant difference? And here's what our research and all of our interviews showed us. Daily wellness checks. We should be meeting with students every day individually and asking them how they're doing and what they're doing. And there's certain specific things you can do to do, Likert scales with them each day too. Community circles. Get kids in circles. Get talking. And each day, start your day with community circles. Mindfulness training. We did training with staff, and when they became engaged with mindfulness and understanding that they have to give time to kids to talk, to process, and to reflect on things. It's important. Restorative circles. Instead of just disciplining kids and tossing them out of school for behavior, talk about things and find out why and try to repair harm, because a lot of our kids have gone through trauma. Collaborative academic social emotional learning, that's the CASTLE program, and that helps to embed the curriculum, to the SEL right into the curriculum. And wellness committees at each school. You should have wellness committees at every school. And here's some more ways. Trauma and trauma-informed care. You should absolutely make this something that you put as a priority, because a lot of our kids have gone through trauma. Multi-tiered support systems. Make sure that you go in. That was one of the ones we saw yesterday, is to make sure that it's absolutely organized and strategic. Use the responsive classroom. These are some of the programs that you can adopt and train your whole staff in. Sources of strengths, web, and the leader in me. Here's some of them that I was just talking about. For example, with MTSS, make sure that you incorporate social emotional wellness into your tiered system. And a lot of systems were not doing that, and they didn't know what to do. So it's imperative that you put that into your system. Restorative practices. You can do specialized training to make sure that teachers know how to deal with difficult problems. That's one of the things that our teachers told us. They don't know how to deal with difficult problems. So this training helps them to talk to kids, repair the harm. Instead of just disciplining kids harshly, which is what they don't need, it helps you to work with them in positive ways. Castle, these 5 particular, those are the 5 areas for social emotional learning. You can, what we did with our teachers too in the district that I worked in, we did training so that they were embedding these 5 concepts into all of their lessons. Oh, and let's go on, we'll just go on. So I won't go, we went through all of those, but here's the thing that I want to talk about that I think is really key, and it's embedding social emotional learning into your strategic plan. So for example, this probably doesn't mean anything to you, but when we looked at things, this was one of the models we pulled out. What this shows is how a district embedded social emotional learning into their district strategic plan. And what they did is they put wellness teams at the district level and wellness teams into each building. And what that did then was have them, they can make SMART goals and action plans and really start to take those programs that you saw and turn them into real actions that happen in schools. So the strategic plan with SEL, I don't got a chance to really get into this as much as I'd like to, but that's important. You saw how you have to embed that in there. Another key aspect why those committees are so important and why you have that framework is you should embed kids in those committees as well. And when we put kids in these committees in the districts that did this, one of the districts, what they did is they had the students get on the social emotional wellness committees, and they said, what can we do to help our communities? What can we do to help our kids? And they came up with this project to do a Make-A-Wish drive, and so that's to help kids that have needs and disabilities. So all these kids got together and they helped other kids in their community. So if they didn't have that strategic structure and they didn't have those plans that they're doing in their district, this would not have happened. So this is why that structure in the strategic plan is so important. And it's incredibly important to get kids actively engaged. This was at the high school level. Another thing too is professional learning. And one of the districts that we found that was the most successful actually put up a plan, and they embedded social emotional wellness into a strategic plan for professional learning. And then what they did was they trained their own staff in those particular areas, and then they had their staff then train the other staff. And then what we have here is a, let's see if I can show that. No, I won't have time. But what I had there was it was a plan from that district that showed how they trained their staff. And what they did was now the staff training staff, and what they were doing was making sure they did that twice a year to make sure they're constantly bringing professional learning and professional development to their staff. Direct engagement was the last thing. And this is important with leadership. In the past, I think before COVID, there was a lot of people that just yelled at people and told them what to do. But I think what COVID taught us is that you have to get right in there with folks, and you have to become a leader that gets actively engaged, and that's what we heard already today too. And one of the things that I think is critical is when you have interactions as a leader, simple things. Get to know people's names, smile at children, get to know their interests. And then what you do is once you personally connect with a child, the research is clear. If kids feel that people care about them in school, that keeps them well, it keeps them engaged, it keeps them happy. And we do that one child at a time. That's how you do it. And that's why this idea where you just yell at people and tell them what to do, that doesn't work anymore. It never worked before, but now with COVID, it never, ever works. It's not going to work at all. So get in there with your folks and make connections, get to know your kids, get to know your families. And then what you do is all those programs that I talked about, those gives you strategies then to match them, and you can help each person individually, but it has to be done strategically and intentionally. So I think that's it. All right. All right. Any questions? Yes. Bruce.
Thanks so much, John. You make me long to go back to be a school principal again with this fantastic type of research that I think in your
programmatic response seeks to place the actual recipients of the project front and center. So well done, I think, for that focus. And what intrigues me now is the learners that have been co-opted onto these wellness groups, because I think there's still a tendency to underestimate the ability of young people to make a meaningful contribution towards their own wellness. So how did you facilitate that between the educators, the bureaucrats, the department, and then the learners themselves and their parents?
Well, I think that one of the big things was that is in that one school that you saw where they did the community project with the students and they put that framework in place. At the time I was a superintendent, so I had a lot of opportunity to be able to do it. So you use your power well to make sure you engage your students. So that's where you have to use what you have to put things in place and help clear some of the bureaucracy. So it definitely helped being in a leadership position at that time. What's that?
How was the adding the learners to the committee received by the education, besides just using your position?
Very, 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 very well. In fact, that was one of the solutions because we had the teams together, and it was actually the teams that came up with that solution. So when we were collaborating, if that team structure wasn't in place and it was just like me and a couple of administrators making decisions, we probably would have made the wrong ones. So when we became collaborative and we invited all those teams together and we had team leaders and we had all this collaboration and cooperation, ideas started to flow. And when you have that kind of system in place, and if you're open to it, you can get some really good ideas. And because it's generated from the group, they have ownership. And then that's what makes things become real. No, thank you. Any other questions? Yes, Felicia. Yes. Yep. That was one of the chapters that I wrote, and I wrote that with some other educators as well. And what's that? Oh, the question was that was that chart like was it like real? And did you really do that? And the answer is yes, we really did do that. And but it was through cooperation and collegiality, and we implemented all these different teams because we knew we needed structure. We know we needed to be intentional. And because COVID was like a bomb hitting on us, and it caused a lot of chaos and confusion, so what was necessary was structure. And once we put the structure in place and we really got people working, it was like a machine. Every one of those little boxes was like synergized, like a cell that was working. And when they were all working together, you get synergy, and then that's when you can really get things done in a really great way. So that, and we weren't the only district that did things like that, but I highlighted that as one of the chapters because I saw it work firsthand. Any more questions? All right, thank you. Thank you all very much. I messed everything up here. You got it?
Next thing was to come up and start we have material. Oh. Yeah, things we need to load on the computer.
We got it.
You got it?
I failed to mention that this session is dealing with institutional engagement and building foundations for success. And so our next presentation is being offered by Noluvo Rangana and Deidre Adult, and she goes by Didi, and adult means patience, so there's Didi Patience. And so we'll turn this over.
Thank you so much, Robert, for getting that part right. Good afternoon, colleagues. I'm Didi Geduld, as mentioned by my good friend Robert. He has adopted me. I'm going to the US quite soon with him. So it is indeed a good honor for myself and Oluvo to be here. We started a recurriculation process in our Faculty of Education, and the question was, so how are we going to decolonize and Africanize our curriculum so that it speaks to the needs of our communities and the society at large? And we started with this 4-year project, which is called school-based learning. Our students are exposed to different schooling contexts across the South African landscape. In the past, we were honored to say that we have middle class English, Afrikaans, white-speaking students, and especially in the foundation phase, which is the early years of education in the education system. And somehow we needed to change this context, right? To sensitize our communities to who teachers are, what are their purpose, and this project is one of them. So in the past, we worked in silos within the education department, but this module stretches across the institution. It is inter and transdisciplinary in its approach. When we present this yearly module to our students, we make use of our engagement office, and as addressed earlier by Bruce and Clifford, we look at the hubs of convergence. What is it that they can offer our students who come into our education faculty? This module not only speaks to a particular phase, but it looks at the total landscape and trajectory from grade R up until grade 12 in our education. So they all sit together online and we speak to them. These projects, they can work in groups, in phases, or they can work across phases. All right, so my good friend Noluvo will speak to us in terms of what does it look like, how did we get there, and why do we find the need to form communities of engagement with our students. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Hello, everyone. So basically, as Didi has said to us, this is a module. The name of the module is Belonging to a Community of Practice. So it's the 4th year education students that are part of this module. And basically our presentation today, we're speaking about community action projects. So these are projects that our students get to do for an entire year. But you will notice that we don't only just call them projects, they are community action projects. And there's power in that name because already it tells you that at the center of these projects is the community. And already it tells you that these projects are informed by the insights of the communities. And so basically what happens is that they form groups, like Prof has said. They go into the communities and they co-construct with the community members in terms of what are the challenges that are being faced by the community and how can we work together in terms of addressing those challenges. And so they don't go into the community with a perceived notion that they are going to be doing something for the communities, but however, they collaboratively engage with the communities to co-construct solutions that the communities are faced with. So in order for us to be able to teach this module, like Prof has said, we work together with the engagement office because as they said, they already have hubs of convergence where there are various projects that are already taking place. And so our students have an option to join those already existing projects, or if they see that in a particular community that they are doing their school-based learning at, there's a challenge and the community and them, then they can start a new project. So they can do either of those. And this is a form of assessment because we talk about aligning the curriculum so that it speaks to the realities of our community. So this is a form of assessment, but it also increases their engagement within the communities that they find themselves in. So it's not only an assignment that they do in order to pass the course, but it is project work that they do, and most of them, they carry on with these projects even after graduation. So already it tells you even the impact that this project has, which Prof will speak to later on. So basically this speaks about what I just spoke now. There were 26 groups because they divide themselves in groups. And within these groups, you will find a mixture of foundation phase students, intermediate phase students, and the SFET phase students, where they divide themselves within, because we don't tell them who to partner with. They make that decision on their own. They form these groups and they go into the communities and they have consultative meetings with the stakeholders that they work with. And so, as I said, these projects, what makes them different is that they are underpinned in a humanizing pedagogy. And so that philosophy drives even the work that they do. And also it is a matter of nothing that is done without the community's voices. So basically nothing for us without us. And after they finish off with these projects, what they do now is they get to reflect. That's where you then have their reflective essays. So they go in the communities, they consult the communities, they come up with a proposed solution. Then they go and seek sponsorships, because we don't give them funding for these projects. They seek sponsorships, they plan with the communities, they identify places to go to knock for sponsorships based on their needs. And then after the project has been implemented, then they go back and then they write reflective essays. So this is an example of a project, one of the projects that our students did. Here they went into the communities, and upon there, they discovered that this particular community has a challenge in terms of their daycare center, that it was vandalized and that they were in need of toys for the little kids and reading books, storybooks. And so from then, they then went to various businesses to ask for sponsorships. And one of them had this idea, because there's a concert that normally happens in the neighborhood. So they then spoke with the organizers of that concept, and then because they speak there about this concept having an attendance of even 5,000 people. So they saw that as an opportunity to engage with a wider audience. And so they put up there a little box where people, when they're coming to the concert, they can donate a teddy bear or a toy, and that was a very, very, very successful project, because at the end, they ended up having a lot of toys and a lot of reading books for the daycare center. This is just a structure in terms of how these community action projects get evaluated. As I said, beginning of the year, they put themselves in group, and then they decide in terms of which communities that they maybe want to go and engage with. Then they get there, they hold consultation conversations with the community members, and then they go back, and then they draft a proposal in terms of this is the challenge that the community is facing, and this is how they advise we go about in terms of finding a solution for the challenge. And after they write that proposal, they submit the proposal. Then the second stage is the implementation of the project. This is now where they have a portfolio of evidence whereby they document everything that they have done, the sponsorships that they have received, and how they have worked with the community, because that is a very important aspect. We must be able to see that they worked with the community, that this was co-constructed and not imposed on the communities. And then the last part of the assessment is where they reflect on the process from when they were starting with the project, and if ever the project had maybe an impact in terms of how they see the world, or an impact in terms of how they view themselves as teachers. And so they also submit the reflection essays. And then these are just some of the projects, the community action projects that our students have been part of. That picture there at the bottom with a green dome. The students there, when they went into that community, they were doing their school-based learning there the previous year. And then now, this year, when this project was presented to them, they remembered that last year we were part of a school when we were doing our school-based community. They went back to the school because they wanted to work with the school. They noticed that the school had a challenge. The challenge there was that there's a nearby tavern that is a club, a joint. It's a place where they sell alcohol, a disco kind of vibes. Yeah. So there's a club that is nearby the school. And so what happens is that there's broken glasses everywhere. You know, people would drink their alcohol, they would not put the bottle in the bin, and you end up now finding broken glasses near the school, and that posed danger to the children in the school. So their idea was that they could then get that dome, that is a glass recycling dome, and they would get the community and themselves and the schools to actually, instead of just throwing the bottles, then they would use that dome. And so and it was the communities that identified this because it was their kids who were in danger because of this broken. So already there were people that wanted to solve this solution, this problem with the students. And so what they did is they acquired that dome. The bottles were there, and then they had this idea that the school can also benefit from this because there are monthly competitions that are being held. And so they entered the school in those competitions, and the school ended up winning 5,000 rands as a result of that, which assisted the school in terms of what the school needed. And so together with the community, they solved one problem, but they also, empowered the school financially as well. So that's just one of the projects. Here, our students went to an old age home, and they're washing Gogo's hair. They spent time with them. When they went into that particular community, they realized that they just need people to talk to, and so that is them. They cleaned around the yard, and then upon these conversations, they actually discovered that they need a garden. And so it didn't end by them, painting their nails and washing their hair. They then planted spinach and cabbages, and then they were preparing for the garden. And so there's an article that came out in the Herald, that one in the middle there. Our students there, they were teaching primary school kids sign language. Because there, the challenge was recognized that, as much as sign language is an official language, but there's still a lot of gap in terms of the deaf community. And so they took it upon themselves. They did not know sign language, but they took it upon themselves to go and learn the basics of sign language and then transferred that knowledge through the community action project. And those are some of the projects that our students do. And what we were planning is to have them exhibit, to have an exhibition of the various projects so that they themselves get to talk about the kind of work they do, because what we have noticed is that they don't only stop, they continue with this kind of work even post-graduation. And then Prof will just speak towards the findings.
We have 1 minute. There are many benefits involved in this project, not only for our students, but also for our community. In our students' reflection and feedback, we initially had this project as a 3-month project. Then we moved to a 6-month, and now we cover it over a year. Our students felt that we were duplicating what researchers do within our schooling context. We come in, we take information, and we present that information as our own. So in that 3-month period, students would go in, they would extract information and come and present it to us. That is why now we have a whole year project. The project, as Noluvo says, extends beyond the classroom. We do not educate our students or prepare them only for the classroom, but the schooling context around them, as well as the South African education system. Their mind shifts change in terms of who is this gogo that assists me in terms of preparing the ground to plant there. They bring knowledges, they bring their experiences, they bring their learnings, and this is what our students value most. I think about this kind of project engagement. And the values that they embody is so important for our projects, because students can go on and on reminding us we need to build trust, we need to build relationships, we need to engage, and we need to have conversation. It's not just about this is our plan and this is how we see ourselves practically implementing it, but this is our plan. And in that 3-month period, we would be flooded with plans that were their plans and not plans done in collaboration with their communities. Thank you, colleagues. Because of a challenge with time, there won't be any questions allowed.
Let's go. 5 minutes. Questions?
Thank you. So we got to hear yesterday, I know one of the presentations talked about group reflection instead of individual reflection, and it kind of stuck with me. So the reflective essays that they write, are those individual alone? Okay.
Yes, yes. Those are individual reflections. And they start reflecting from, we're also interested to find out how they found working in a group.
Yeah.
So they reflect on that experience. And not only that, they reflect on what impact, being part of that particular project, what it means to them. And it becomes personal for them. Because one of the projects was about a garden. And the student said, this took me back from home. My granny had a garden, and he was very close with his granny. So it becomes a personal learning that they share with us through the reflective essays. And also from the reflective essays, we're able to work on the module. Like Professor said, it was first offered within 3 months. And when the students were reflecting, we found that the 3 months is not really working for them. So we also get that information from them. And then that's why we now do it over a period of a year. So they work together as a group, but we also get different insights from their individual reflections.
Yeah, and it's great to hear that it continues even after they graduate. So it was that meaningful.
And with that, they are the ones who actually take that decision. You read that also from the reflections. They would say, you know what, at the beginning I did this just to pass the module. But as I was doing the project and engaging and seeing what this means to the people that I'm working with, I have taken a decision. It's not something that we impose on them, but they themselves take the decision to say, you know what, I'm going to continue.
We have time for one more question, and I have a question. But I'm going to yield because I'm the moderator.
Does this happen in conjunction with their student teaching? I'm just wondering how you're making time in like a 4-year degree.
Yeah, Felicia, this happened in conjunction with the practice teaching. They spend 3 days at the different schools, which they're doing their work integrated learning at, and then they're 2 days with us in the institution. So this is part and parcel of that process. Yeah, so it's not in isolation. Some of them do their project work at school, the school that they're at, or others do it within the communities or in the hubs of convergence. Yep.
A very quick question. How are students assigned to those communities? Do they select, or you give them choices?
So we want to break the stereotypes we have in terms of particular communities are impoverished. They don't have the interests of their children at heart. They are not interested in education of their children, etc., etc., etc. So we try to encourage our students to go into communities they are not familiar with, because we think that their base learning happens within these communities where they have a specific disposition towards, and we encourage them to not work with the familiar, but to go into unfamiliar spaces. Robert, yeah.
Let's thank them for this excellent presentation. I see that we got 2 presenters coming, and I got all these chairs up here. Is that okay? It's not for you. Okay. So Annalisa Peziza. Okay. Yes. And Natalie Mansfeld. Is she? Okay. Okay. So we have Annalisa who will be presenting, and clearly she's not going to have 6 co-presenters with her. Getting set up in advance. So you're good to go.
Okay. Good. Should I use this? Okay, I see the, is it on the green? Forward and red backward. Oh, okay. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Annalisa Pezisa, and I am a contract lecturer at Social Development Professions here at Nelson Mandela University. I started this year, and fortunately I became part of the learning and teaching team in the department, and today I am presenting some of the work that we have been doing in the learning and teaching team. And this is still a newly developed project, and I hope that I get feedback and constructive feedback from the audience. I just want to go back and reflect I remember when I was a student doing my 4th year in social work, I thought I knew how to reflect. Up until I was seeing that my marks, because we as students, we care about the marks that we get. So I went to speak to my supervisor, my facilitator, with regards to my marks. Because I'm getting your 65, your 62. And I went to ask her, okay, what is it that I must do when it comes to reflection? What can I improve to make my reflections better? Unfortunately, I never got, I would say, constructive feedback on how am I supposed to tackle reflection. She just told me, you know, Annalisa, you're one of the students that are doing well in reflection, and of which it was like just to make me feel better. But I didn't really feel better because I felt, okay, I would provide the experience, provide the feelings, and evaluate and talk about, okay, what should happen, what did I learn, and what will I do differently in the future. But still, I remained in those 60s and never got a distinction for my reflection, which was not good. Okay. So this is why my presentation is focused on reimagining reflection, a scaffolded approach to unlocking social work students' potential. I want to start with this quote. John Dewey once said that we do not only learn from experience, we learn from reflecting on experience. And this quote speaks to the heart of my presentation today, as this reflection is not just, reflection is not just a task, but it is a journey that allows students to critically engage with practice, grow as professionals, and build their capacity to serve others in relation to social work now. So in this presentation, I explore the innovative, scaffolded approach to reflection that evolves throughout students' academic journey from first year up until fourth year. This is an approach that we think will address the challenge and provide a clear structure for students to help them to develop reflective skills progressively. So why reflection? Why focus on reflection? Because reflection is a crucial aspect in social work education. It allows students to critically assess their practice, to understand their strengths and areas of growth, and to develop into reflective practitioners. And students, when they are reflecting, they do not only reflect on what they did, but also like why and why, how and why they did it. So in doing that, they gain a deeper understanding of their practice, where do they need to improve, and they can make informed decision about future practice. So the main goal is to create practitioners who are not only reactive, but who are reflective. And this is what reflection provides to students. So one of the challenges, and to add on why reflection, it is because some of the students, fortunately, they did come and raise this issue with regards to reflection, that they do not know what is expected of them when they reflect, even though they are given that particular structure called Gibbs, this is what you're supposed to reflect. And also another thing that we should be mindful of, I think reflection is very personal because someone is talking about their experience. So they will feel like I've shared too much, probably my marks will go up. So those are some of the difficult experiences when it comes to reflection. So our approach, when I'm saying our approach, I feel like I should have made this disclaimer. This is not only my thinking, but it is the learning and teaching's thinking. So our proposed scaffolded approach to teaching reflection and social work education is deeply rooted in educational design research. So this is an approach that focuses on designing, developing, and evaluating educational programs, processes, and products, and that being reflection. It aims to optimize educational interventions and enhance understanding of teaching and learning. And after taking into consideration the student concerns, we as the colleagues started to engage with literature to look at these models that we are using where students are supposed to reflect, and also like going with how are we doing things when it comes to reflection. Our marking grids clear enough. Unfortunately, when I was a student, I don't think there was a marking grid. For at least now, things have changed. So also another thing about the educational design research is that one of its principles is the systematic and iterative process, which aligns very well with the scaffolded approach because it allows for a continuous improvement based on real-world challenges and feedback from students. So how will this scaffolded approach work? This scaffolded approach will work like this. So in first years, this is where students will just be focusing on storytelling. There is no structure, they're not supposed to use Gibbs, they're not supposed to use Kolb's, but they will be reflecting through storytelling. So this is the method that will help them to share their experience and connect to broader concepts such as your social justice and professional boundaries without the formal reflective model. So we're going to be using approaches, I'm not sure if I'm supposed to say approaches, but things like your photo voice and emojis to help students to describe their experience. An example of an activity, I'm one of the facilitators in first year's class. Oh, sorry. So I'm one of the facilitators in the first year's skills class. So with that one, they focus on the self, getting to know themselves, and also like to practice and role play how they do the introduction when they first meet with the clients. So in a role play setting, a student may use a series of photos to describe their first encounter with their client, explaining how these images represent what was happening and how they were feeling. This is without a structure. And also another thing that we have spoken about, which I forgot to include in the presentation, is that the students will be given a guide in terms of telling their structure, but they will, a guide on how they're supposed to tell their story. And also another thing, it will not be for marks, but students will just be given feedback. I have mentioned that reflection is focused on self-development and self-awareness. So in the second year, students, they are encouraged to go beyond storytelling, and the focus here is more deeply on the thoughts, what was happening, and the feelings. So they take the storytelling deeper to be able to identify what happened inside of them during the incident. So for example, a student can reflect on a case where they had difficulty setting boundaries with a client. They have to describe the situation, their feelings and their thoughts, while sharing their response to a case. If I can say, this year we're still making use of the models, your Gibbs. We're using Gibbs in first years. And you would see, since they said you must describe, you must talk about the feelings, students don't go in depth. They just provide you with what you need, your descriptions, your feelings. And when it comes to also like evaluation, they don't get to go in depth when they describe their experience. So when it comes to third and fourth year level, this is where we introduce a more structured approach to reflection. We make use of Kolb's experiential learning and Gibbs reflective learning, because we believe these models, they provide a framework for a deeper analysis, but at least students would have known what is expected when it comes to reflection. So the emphasis is on the learning component on the third and the fourth year level. They can tell a story. They need to go deeper into their own reactions and responses while extracting learnings from those responses. With fourth year, it's exactly the same. Students make use of the models, but now they also need to go back on the previous experiences, having engaged with theory, having engaged with prac. What does that say? What are some of the values say of social work, how you should conduct yourself? And also, was there conflict? So it gets more personalized in fourth year. So this is a table that I've had, and I was just sharing here with some of the models, since if ever someone is not familiar with them. So this is Gibbs' model, where one describes feelings, describes, provides a description of what has happened, the feelings, evaluation, analysis, conclusion, and an action plan. this is also like Cobb's model that we make use of in the Department for Reflection, and also like Schoon's model, which we are not using much, but we want to encourage students to make use of, because when they get to prac, they only think afterwards that they should reflect on what has happened. And this is grounded in Bloom's taxonomy, which emphasizes progression of learning from understanding and applying and analyzing. Students, we feel like students need to first understand the purpose and importance of reflection before they can analyze their experience and evaluate practice. So these are the steps: understanding reflection. Students just get a basic understanding of reflection, what it is, and why is it important, and to analyze the experience as they progress, and evaluate and apply insights in the later years, which is in their 4th year. So to conclude, reflection is an essential skill in social work education, but we believe that it must be taught progressively, and the scaffolded approach, we believe that it will provide students with the tools that they need to be able to become reflective practitioners, fostering critical thinking and professional growth. And we believe by tailoring this, we're actually better preparing the students for complexities of social work practice. And I also just want to find out from you if you think this scaffolded reflection approach could benefit your students in your own field or discipline, because I also understand that people are practitioners. We as academics, we reflect, and also like students, when they go to prac, they come back and write those reflective essay. How do we feel that they are being in depth and provide what is self-development, self-growth within that structured approach of your Gibbs and Cobbs? Okay. Okay, I'm gonna end there. Thank you so much.
Hi, great work. You asked specifically about how reflection can help even individuals in our field. I found that it's interesting in education because we're not only teaching them, we're modeling what they then will teach. And when it comes to reflection, a lot of the times, even after they're planning lessons and teaching lessons, we ask them to reflect on the experience if the students learned. And oftentimes at the end of their lessons, they're asking their own students to reflect. So in terms of how it can help us, that scaffolded approach to teaching them to reflect, I think it's twofold, and it will help them know what to expect from their own students when they ask them to reflect on their own learning by modeling it for them, because often when they get to us and we're asking them to reflect on a lesson, we'll get things like, it went well, it went great, they had a lot of fun, and we'll ask them to dig deeper and to answer some of the questions that you mentioned. Even in your own experience, you were looking for more constructive feedback to better your practice on reflecting. So I think it can help our students in also knowing what to expect from their own students when they're asking them to reflect on their knowledge.
Thank you, Annalisa. I could really resonate with some of your experiences, because I think very often, us in teacher education, we ask students to reflect, and it seems we operate from the assumption that it's something that people can do naturally. And whereas, on the basis of that reflection, they're also awarded marks, unfortunately. Then when they do not, in their reflections, they do not reflect that which, as the lecturers or instructors or whoever we are, have in mind, then we do not give them the marks that the students feel they deserve. So I really look forward to following your work in terms of what you are doing, because I think it will help many of us to really make explicit that which we want through rubrics, for example, in terms of how that aspect of reflection can be captured. Because I know students rely on a lot on rubrics, especially in education, that is schools of education, where we train teachers. We also teach them how to develop rubrics. And so I do really look forward to reading further on the work that you have done. So that's really a comment, not a question per se. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. There was one last question.
Hi, Annalisa, and thank you very much for the presentation. I just wanted to be clear in terms of, you mentioned in the presentation that you are going to be focusing on first, second, third, and fourth, right? So I just wanted to be clear in terms of, are you going to, like, how are you going to get to those students? Like, are you going to focus on fourth year and then reflect from first, second, and fourth? Or are you going to combine all the students in that reflection? I don't know if you...
Okay, I'm not sure if I'm understanding you correctly, but this is a way, an approach that we're taking towards reflection, a scaffolded approach, meaning that in first year, they're just telling a story, describing the experience. There's no particular model that they're supposed to use, the models that I've mentioned, which I say that they will be implemented only when it comes to third and fourth year. So, yes. And I'm not sure if I've answered your question, but just also like to, my last words would be, we're still taking this thinking to students and find out from their experience, besides the grading matter, what else do they think can make this work, and what else do we need to consider as part of reflection. Thank you so much.
All right. Moving right along to session L. Now, the first presentation we're going to hold off until tomorrow. So the second presentation, which is promoting inclusive education through key stakeholder partnerships, the case of Teaching for All program in the Eastern Cape province of South Africa. So we're going to have the panel to come down here. And Sina Mosito and Sanette Diesel, I'll have you introduce the panel.
Thank you so much. This is mine. Can you go there? I think we should be sitting in order of when we speak. I think that's good, yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Sina Mosito, an Associate Professor of Inclusive Education at Nelson Mandela University. Sitting on my right, this wonderful group of people here, and they are a panel that we are collaborating together in an inclusive education program or project called Teaching for All. So each person is going to introduce himself or herself and where they come from.
Hi, my name is Glenn Allies, and I lead on education programs for the British Council South Africa.
Good day all, my name is George Rex, and I'm an educator at Estra Primary School.
My name is Sonti Mukubane. I'm a senior lecturer at the University of Fort Hare.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Olani Carlo.
I'm a senior lecturer from University of Fort Hare.
Good afternoon. I'm Sanette Duisel, and I'm a lecturer at Nelson Mandela University in inclusive education.
Oh, thank you so much. We need to, where do we insert our presentation? I didn't ask. I was about to speak from nowhere. It's, yeah, that's one.
Can you do it from the top of your head?
Okay, having introduced the panel, the first speaker is Glenn. Maybe I should talk about the order of the presentation. Glenn will take us through the background of the program itself, up to the theory of change. From there, it will be Mr. Rex on that side who will tell us about the stakeholders and the curriculum. From there, I'll take over to talk about the methodology, the aims of the program, etc. And then my three colleagues on that side will tell us about the preliminary findings. Thank you.
Hello. Oh, right. Okay, in the interest of time, I'm going to try and be as quick as I can to give my colleagues more time. So yeah, I'm here to give a bit of background on the project, because currently the program that this team is working on is in its third iteration. The first iteration was a pre-service program in 2019 to 2020, taken up by 10 universities in South Africa. And then the second iteration was in the Western Cape. And now this team is working in the Eastern Cape, which is the province that we're in right now. So, right. So essentially, Teaching for All is a curriculum and materials program that aims to mainstream inclusive education in teacher education. And as I mentioned, this was initial teacher education and currently in continued professional teacher development programs. I think a strength of our program is that it's always research informed. Back in 2017, the British Council commissioned some research, and you can go and find this report. It's called The State of Inclusive Education in South Africa. And that, when that report was published, that really sort of underpinned what the, sort of our way forward for the program. And to date, there's probably 6 or 7 research reports in each of the iterations. So research is obviously very, very important for us, and it feeds into monitoring, evaluation, and learning, so that when subsequent iterations come, we learn from what had gone before. And they will, the team will share the preliminary findings from the Eastern Cape, which will obviously be another research report. Teaching for All is also the product of collaborative partnerships and broad engagement. So as you can see the logos on the screen there, we have government, universities, civil society organizations. The writers of the materials included practitioners, policymakers, academics, and obviously experts within the inclusive education field. And it says there 8 initial teacher education providers, well actually 10, I think. And the last point there, we really see this program as rupturing the historical positioning of teachers by and in special education or the medical model. So Teaching for All adopts a broad social justice and human rights approach, which makes it uniquely South African. And this all came out of that initial report, The State of Inclusive Education. And our program actually transcends disability, which in many other inclusive education programs, it often ends there. Yeah, and the program places the teacher as the key change agent in developing an inclusive and equitable education. So You can see there, back in 2019-2020, those were all the universities that took up the course, and they took it up either as a standalone module, or it had been incorporated in existing Bachelor of Education programs, and also some postgraduate certificate programs. So this was the first sort of iteration before we moved to the Western Cape. And we are now firmly in, I want to say, the era of in-service teaching, but obviously in these universities it's still continuing in the curriculums. And then just sort of underpinning our program is this theory of change, very sort of briefly. If inclusive education professionals are trained in inclusive education, then they can use this knowledge to differentiate in their teaching, which will enable more inclusive education environments, which further down the line will create or bring about a social model of inclusive education. So I'm going to hand over to Mr. Rex. Thank you.
All right, so who are the stakeholders and what are the roles? So the stakeholders include the Department of Basic Education, the Eastern Cape Department of Education, the British Council, Nelson Mandela University, and then the subject matter experts, which include academics from Nelson Mandela University, and then also the University of Forêt, and then myself, an educator from Astra Primary School. And all these stakeholders are interdependent and need each other to promote inclusive education in South Africa, and there are some sort of intersectionality. And if we take a look at the Department of Basic Education and the Eastern Cape Department of Education, as much as they would like to reach as many teachers as possible, they do not have the capacity and time to develop such a program or such a project as Teaching for All. And this is where the British Council comes in, who has initiated the whole idea around the development of Teaching for All, yet they need the SMEs for the implementation, and that is how we can see how all these stakeholders need each other. Then, all of these stakeholders have specific roles. So the DBE and the Eastern Cape Department of Education, they are acting, or they are the recipients of this project, but they are not passive. So they need to mobilize, lead trainers and teachers, and they are responsible to enroll them on the Moodle system. And they are also responsible for the overall management and the sustainability of this program, whereas the British Council are then the partnership facilitator of the project and the lead collaborator, whose role it is to give us the Teaching for All material and the initial technical support. Then the SMEs are then responsible to provide academic leadership, content support, and they are there to train the lead trainers, and they're also responsible for monitoring, evaluation, and lesson generation. Then we're going to take a look at what does the Teaching for All include. So it consists of 4 units, which are based for both initial teacher education and then CPTD. And the basic idea is that we want to promote knowledge, values, and attitude and skills around inclusive education. So Unit 1 speaks to inclusive education, and it also speaks to the context of exclusion and the concepts of inclusion. And also it also takes a look at the government policies, societal values, and academic theories and models underpinning inclusive education in South Africa. Then Unit 2 looks at learner diversity. Learner diversity, intersectionality and equity, language, culture, and learning. Then Unit 3 speaks to the South African framework and tool for building inclusive schools, practices that promotes collaboration. And then Unit 4 speaks to inclusive teaching and learning, and it speaks to the principles of inclusive pedagogy, the strategies to support learning for all. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rex. So, given the foregoing, background, the question is, what is the purpose of the program or the project that is Teaching for All? We have a dual aim or purpose. The primary one being to promote inclusive education training and on the Teaching for All philosophy, materials, and methodology, which Georgie has just shared, those 4 units, so that teachers in the Eastern Cape and wherever else we might be can extend this in their classrooms. That's a primary aim. But where the research is concerned, we want to review as well the implementation of the project and roll out of these materials and understand the lessons learned, because it doesn't end here. So our research questions are as follows. First, before we even get on with the implementation, we really need to get a sense of the knowledge about inclusive education that the people that you're working with have. That is the lead trainers. So we work on what we call a train a lead trainer model that I'll talk about shortly. In addition to that, you also want to know what the views of the participants in the project, especially the lead trainers and later the teachers, are on the quality of the Teaching for All material, as well as what the participants' experiences of the program itself is in relation to the training that they are receiving. So as you can see, there are 5 research questions, and the ones which are in bold, 4 of them, we already have some data on that, hence the preliminary findings that we are presenting today. The third question, which is on the participants' experiences of the program, that's something that we're going to do as our end line, survey right at the end of the program, where Eastern Cape is concerned, but not where Teaching for All is concerned. So our methodology is as follows. So we have a program, implementation, which runs on a cascading model through train-a-trainer model. So we train what you call lead trainers, us sitting here, and the lead trainers work with all the teachers in the Eastern Cape, as it happened in the Western Cape as well. Then what starts off is a 2-day orientation program where we give them something like a huge summary of what Teaching for All entails and what they should expect, etc. And then within that, we do our initial data collection so that we get a sense of the knowledge that they come into the program with. Hence the first question that we posed. Then from there are 4 units of Teaching for All that Georgie spoke about, but we chunk them up into 8, sub-units, so that in 1 month we deal with, unit 1, session 1, unit 1, session 2, until 4 months have gone through. And at the same time as we're doing that, if we see the lead trainers this week, the expectation is that the following week they're going to do exactly the same thing with the teachers. Then there's a break for them, for the teachers to catch up with the rest of the unit. Then towards the end of the unit, you see them again to talk through the end of the unit. Then they go back to the teachers that they work with and do exactly the same thing. So most of the work, because the lead trainers are all over the province, and the Eastern Cape is a vast province. So we do this online with them fortnightly for 4 months, so 2 times a month. And then they also do the same thing with the teachers that they are working with. But eventually, our understanding is that the department will sustain the model so that it's not us, the SMEs, who are doing this, but they'll be doing it on their own, because in addition to the units that British Council has already provided with us, we are also developing PowerPoint materials, lead trainer notes that they can use on their own, so that there is no need for them to be dependent on us. But our material is in no way prescriptive, especially what we develop, for those workshops that they'll have with the teachers. It's just a model to say this is how we can do it, and they're free to adapt them in whichever way it works for them. So, and we focus on knowledge, skills, and attitudes. That's what it is, because the research that we did in 2017 showed us that the biggest barrier to learning is not only lack of knowledge or skills, it's also when the right attitudes are not in place. So it's important that the teachers who are going to be teaching these learners who are experiencing all kinds of barriers to learning have the right kind of attitudes. They are accepting of difference, because we do not choose who comes into our classroom. We do not choose who we are in terms of our diversities. And this is something that we are trying to get into the teachers as well. And so in terms of the research methodology, So it's a mixed methods kind of study where we are depending on surveys, interviews, and pedagogic scenarios. So if you look at the material, it's full of case studies which are like pedagogic scenarios that teachers and even the lead trainers have to interpret and provide the right kind of solutions for that. So within that, we are monitoring, evaluating, and learning as we go along. And the main aim of the MEL is not so much about judging, but it's about a formative utilization focused kind of evaluation whereby we feed back into what we are learning, so that if there is a need for us to change things, then we change them. We don't wait until the end of the program. So the baseline, has already happened. So where we're monitoring as we go through the orientation programs, etc. Even now we are still going through the monitor as we go, every time when we meet the lead trainers. And so the midline will be happening soon because we are halfway through the 8 sessions that we spoke about. We have covered now units 1 and units 2. In 2 weeks' time, we'll be moving on to unit 3 and unit 4. And the question there is, what are the participants' views on the quality of the teaching for all material? We already have some of those responses. The colleagues here will be speaking to that. And then the end line, which will come right at the end, I think that is going to be in January, Glenn, right? January, February, given how things are going. So the question that we'll be trying to put more explicitly is a question of the lessons that the rollout in the Eastern Cape has generated that can inform program rollouts elsewhere. We do have some of those lessons, but they are not complete at the moment. So I'll hand over to my colleagues here to tell us about the preliminary findings.
The preliminary findings. So here we wanted to assess the level of the lead trainers' knowledge on inclusion, that is on inclusive education, prior to the training. Then, as you can remember, Prof. Musito, when she was mentioning the research question, the first research question was on the lead trainers' knowledge. Then the most important question here was when we talk about inclusion in schools, which young people and children are we talking about? So the lead trainers were given responses to choose from. Then the first response, which is learners diagnosed with cognitive barriers, 10% of them, they ticked learners diagnosed with barriers. 3% learners in challenging circumstances. 3% learners with medical barriers. And then 88%, the bulk, all children and young people. Then we have 6% who said all of the above. So they ticked all the responses. Then 1% that says out of school children, out of school children and school-going age. Then that was so interesting because those who said chose number 5, we say all of the above. It was also correct because all the learners mentioned in the responses, they fall under the correct answer, which is all children and young people. So that's what we wanted to engage in our baseline assessment, their knowledge on inclusion. Thank you. I'll hand over to Dr. Kalu to continue with the preliminary findings.
Good afternoon once more. Good afternoon once more. Yeah, let me present the preliminary findings for the second research question. What are the views of the participants on the quality of the teaching for all material? We given the participants an opportunity to evaluate the material, to share their views on the quality of material, which we are confident to say they have regarded it as high quality material. Then in probing further, we would then ask the participants to share with us the 3 things that they could remember. And unanimously, they would remember the slogan which was part of our program launch. You know, when we launched the slogan, we were not aware that it will take the shape that it has taken. The slogan, which says, "All children matter and matter equally." In the launch, we had high-profile education officials, which then, when we move the district and this slogan continues to come up, it was an indication that even from the launch, the information was shared with the colleagues in their district. So moving forward, we also, they shared that they could remember the values of inclusion, which to us, it was really a positive, because yeah, the intention is that we all participate, we all contribute towards transforming the education system to be an inclusive education. So hearing the lead trainers who happen to be district officials and sharing that one of the things that we'll remember would be the values of inclusion. And thirdly, they made mention of the theories and models which form the foundation of the inclusive education. The second question that was used to probe further was to say, what are 2 things they look forward to using? Remember, we have been sharing, we are training the lead trainers who are supposed to go and train teachers. They cited that they would use Moodle and Spoodle. That one as well, it was a highlight on our side, even though we have more questions around that, that they will use the Moodle as the learning platform when they are training the teachers. Thirdly, what is one thing that surprised them? We were surprised by the response that it was the length of the program. They indicated that it is too long. Maybe it's because they are used to the 1 day, 2 days training, but we were looking at the weight, the value that the program itself carries. Hence, it has been spread. You may have noticed when my colleague Georgie outlined what the program entails. Yeah, so that cannot be crammed in just days. But then that's what it reflected. And the expectation that they will be lead trainers. So most of the colleagues that were identified as lead trainers, it probably means they thought they would just attend the training, which then they were not fully aware of how the program is structured, because the program is structured in such a way that we train the lead trainers, and the lead trainers are the ones who will take the program down to teachers. Yeah, those are the preliminary findings of our research question 2.
Good afternoon to everyone once again. And so I will give you a little bit of feedback regarding our lessons so far that we have learned with this rollout of the Teaching for All project in the Eastern Cape. So what you also need to realize is that in South Africa we have 9 provinces. The provinces are totally different from one another. We have differences and a few similarities. So the first lesson that we learned was that we need to be very aware of the context of the province that we are working in. So in other words, what works in the, for example, Western Cape province, you cannot just take that model of implementation and then apply that to us in the Eastern Cape and think that it would be a wonderful success, because we have our strengths and our weaknesses as well within our province. So we need to be extremely aware of our contextual sensitivities that we are dealing with. The second lesson, never make assumptions regarding anything that you are busy doing within this project. Don't assume it's going well. Don't assume it's not going well. Don't assume everything is working according to plan. Don't assume it's not working according to the plan and the time frame. And with that also comes communication. Communication is really one of the key lessons. You need to communicate regularly with all of your stakeholders. What is happening? How can we assist? We're coming back to the reflection as well. So right throughout this process and the project, we are continuously doing reflections. When we start every training, we start with 5 or 10 minutes, okay, of, I only had 5 minutes of reflection, because we also need to know what is happening with our lead trainers, what is happening with our teachers. Is this working? What can we change? How can we assist, and how can we support? So relationships and collaboration is really, really key with a project like this. So also regarding information and the sharing of information from the start, from the get-go, how long is this, the duration of this project? We know that it is months. It's not something that you are going to do in 2 or 3 days. It literally takes months. And you need to know that you need to be committed for the duration of this project. Lessons, hard lessons that we have learned is with the online platform that we are using. It is a lot of challenges. It poses a lot of challenges for a lot of our lead trainers, but also for our teachers. So we're really grappling with that. How can we do this differently? And then also expectations and roles. Georgie, in his slide, he showed us, you know, the roles of all of these stakeholders, and with that and with the expectations also comes commitment. So if maybe we can, for another province, give you advice is maybe sort out all of your logistics regarding passwords beforehand, before you start, before even the launch. And yes, but we all know that if you launch this in another province, you will also have different lessons to learn. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, team. So just in conclusion, a few things that become very clear to us is the complexity of partnerships and collaborations of this nature. Not complicated, but complex. And I think kicks in complexity theory, which we are still to engage with further when we write our final report. And then, of course, the soft skills. There's a lot of things that we are not saying here, but we are learning a lot about ourselves as well. The soft skills are so essential when you are in collaborations of this nature, because as in academics, we are used to working in a certain way. Glenn, as a project, in terms of him, project management skills, he also understands things to flow a certain way. But then when you bring in another partner in the form of a government partner, there are other hurdles that you have to understand, and you have to be sympathetic to that and not say this is how we do things in universities or British Council. So there is a need for us to really work together with empathy and compassion. So, and I think some of the things Sanet has already touched on, so I won't go over those. But the key thing is that our program depends so much on research. These valuable lessons will go back into rethinking the whole program itself, because it's an organic program. It's about teaching, it's about lives, it's about knowledge and skills, etc. And so I think on that note, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for listening to us, and thank you, Chief.
So I think we've got 5 minutes for questions now, too. So,
thank you very much for that powerful presentation, Prof. Sina. I have 2 short questions for you. Seeing that you and Sanet are lead trainers of this program as well, do we offer this to our undergraduate students in the education faculty? And the second question, I hear you talk about inclusive schools. Is there a difference between an inclusive school and a full inclusive school? Thank you.
Well, the question is not for me alone. Yes, we do offer the program in the faculty as part of our inclusive education module. In fact, we are not the only university in the country. So part of the teaching for all purpose was a mainstream inclusive education in teacher education, given lack of shared understanding of what inclusion was prior to teaching for all. So it's certainly there. So you want us to explain the difference between inclusive schools and full inclusive schools. Look, the key word is inclusive. We want all schools to be inclusive. But you know that within the South African terminology, where we talk about different types of schools, we'll talk about special schools, full service schools, and the like. A full service school is really a mainstream school, an ordinary school that we are transforming into being fully inclusive, so that all learners, whatever abilities or disabilities they have, they can go into that school. It has to be fully capacitated and fully resourced, but you know that it's good on paper, but in reality it is not so.
Thank you so much for that response, Prof. Sina. And the last one, is this also offered as an SLP? I'm in my new liberal space now for the faculty, or is it?
we have been talking about that with Glenn, translating this into an SLP, because there was interest in another province. But we have been so immersed in the Eastern Cape that we barely could raise our hands to look elsewhere. But we are really moving into that space of SLP, Glenn.
Because looking at the context of our education system, and especially in the Eastern Cape, we find that children are pushed to the peripheries of the classrooms who have challenges to learning. And if we don't do a thing, nobody is going to do it for them. And the testing and the screening and the whatever takes ages before it kicks in. So our teachers need to be equipped with these necessary knowledges and skills. Thank you,
Maybe
Prof. Sina.
If I could respond to your question, I think Georgie is a good example of what you have managed to do in Teaching for All. He's a graduate of Teaching for All. He's one of the first cohort who have gone through the program within his B.Ed program. And he's now the champion and the foot soldier of Teaching for All. And I know that the Department of Education in the Eastern Cape really wants to use him not only within the school where he is, but throughout the province. Well done.
Thanks, and thank you so much for having Georgia on the panel as well. I think it's so important that we do have reflections, and well done, Georgie, with your reflection as a practitioner. Do you think schools should be deconstructed in their present form? And I'm talking about mainstream schools. Are we trying to squeeze something into a failing system that's not working? And are you then not, with your approach, leveling the deepness of the type of separation? Because I can just imagine Georgie trying to go to teachers and telling them to do this as an extra activity over and above what they have to do. So some stakeholders are making the case that the way schooling is done is not conducive, and we're supporting a dysfunctional education department to stilt itself up with flashlights, as one principal said. And it's like sparks of hope, but in its main, it's destroying the heart of education. So what is your thought about that around your specialist field? And are you an enabler of the dysfunction, or are you challenging the dysfunction?
I'm definitely challenging the dysfunction. We are definitely challenging the dysfunction. And where I think, proceed is to say that we are aware of the often defeatist, attitudes and thinking around schools' inability to do what people desire to see. But then we don't realize that schools cannot do it alone. It has to be a partnership. And I think the kind of work that we are doing speaks to how we should be approaching inclusivity. For a very long time, schools were put on the side, on the margins, as they are not willing, they do not know how to, because of the medical model. And what we are really trying to do is to rupture that kind of thinking, to say that when you capacitate people with the right kind of knowledge, skills and attitudes, they can do that which they are supposed to be doing. But then we realize that it's not an overnight thing. And it requires a lot of thinking and a lot of planning. And so we might be a little ray of hope, but that ray of hope is really necessary. And I'm thinking that it's going to become a bigger flame, which is going to engulf everyone. Yes.
I also think it's to do with the leadership at schools. There was a case, well, 3 cases in the Western Cape where principals decided all teachers at the school must do this program and not just the 10 special needs. And in those 3 schools, the ethos changed completely in how teachers looked at their pupils, what they did in the classroom, how they spoke about the learners to other teachers. So I think, yeah, if you also look at leadership and you get that kind of buy-in, yeah.
Sorry, Chair. So I know time is done. I just have one quick question. Thank you very much. Who brought this together in terms of facilitation? Because it's wonderful to see all the stakeholders here. But who facilitated this? Because I think there's a learning in that. And then how is this space held? Because we can also learn from that in terms of having it in other places. So who brought this together, all these wonderful stakeholders seated here today, and how is it held? How is this collaboration held? Thank you.
I can do the historical to the current. Right. We are where we are because of the European Union funding that, British Council and other partners like MIET Africa applied for in 2017. And I know that funding, benefited quite a number of, departments of education, including the HET as well, towards transforming education, especially teacher education. And one of the reasons that we went into research was to say, here is money, we can't just thumb suck what is not working. We need to go into the ground to understand where the needs are. And hence the survey that indicated that where inclusion is concerned, we all have multiple understandings of what it is. And that became problematic, especially in teacher education, whereby within the same faculty, somebody would say inclusive education is special school, inclusive education is this. Then at that point, it was decided that we have to go down, develop a curriculum and material that allows us to have a shared understanding of what inclusion is, so that we speak with the same voice within schools of education. Then British Council, as the holder of that process of applying for funding, has always been around to hold our hands and to sort of direct where things go. Then the model was, this will then beyond initial teacher education will move into pre-service, in-service education, but then we can't do it all at the same time. We'll move province by province. So when we're in the Western Cape in 2022, it was a pilot in terms of seeing, will this work? So post Western Cape, Eastern Cape is the first beneficiary to say, we saw it worked. Now beyond Eastern Cape, where are we going? That's a question.
2 seconds. Also, I think the way the materials were developed, it took 2 years, 2017 to 2019, for the materials to be developed. And it really sort of drew on every possible stakeholder in the inclusive education landscape. So for example, if you find something on visual impairment in the materials, that would actually have been written by Blind SA. It's not somebody that we brought in. So all the stakeholders had a piece in the materials, and I think that's why the materials are so respected and so powerful.
Great question. Thank you very much. Great job, Dan.
Definitely, you're my baby.
It's already on there? Okay. I'm going to let you go ahead and do that part then. All right. We are going to go right into session M. So we're just making up for a little bit of the time. So we are going to go directly into that. Again, I am Angel Ford. I'm an assistant professor of... It's been a long day already. What do I teach? Do you remember? Can you help me out here? Information Sciences and Technology. I am at the University at Albany. It's a state university of New York. And this session is titled Institutional Engagement, Building Foundations for Success. And we will have 2 presentations in this session. Each will be 15 minutes with 5 minutes for Q&A. And we are starting off with a presentation 30, Teacher Educators, Collaboration and Involvement in Teacher Education Curriculum Development in Sub-Saharan Africa. All right.
Slide.
You may start.
Yes.
There's the presentation button, should get us there. This one here? Oh, it won't let you. Okay, here we go. We'll do it up here then. It won't let us do it from there. Slideshow from beginning.
We should be good.
Good. Thank you so much for the opportunity that you have given to me to make a presentation in this forum. My name is Peter Idana. I am the head of academic affairs of CK Tedem University of Technology and Applied Sciences, Ghana, West Africa. And I'm here this afternoon to present on teacher educators' level of involvement and collaboration in teacher education curriculum development in Sub-Saharan Africa, the case of Ghana. So I'll start from the introduction. Quality education, as we are all aware, is fundamental to the growth and development of countries all over the world. And the research shows that improved learning outcomes of students are shown to correlate strongly with labor market outcomes. And then labor market outcomes, according to research, are also correlated strongly with economic growth and development. Same research also suggests that students' learning outcomes are significantly determined by the quality of teachers that we have in the system. And emphasizing the impact of quality teaching to quality education, Barber and Moshe 2007 quoted the McKinsey report of 2007 that suggests that the quality of education cannot be greater than the quality of teachers that we have in the system. And so well-trained teachers invariably deliver quality education, which in turn improve upon the teaching and learning of students. So on the basis of that, significant progress has been made globally to improve teacher quality through policy formulation. And for instance, the UN Sustainable Development Goal 4, which aims to ensure inclusive and equitable quality education and promote lifelong learning opportunities for all, has as part of its implementation strategies measures to improve upon teacher quality. Target 4, for instance, 4C, seeks to substantially increase the supply of qualified teachers by the year 2030. And so working on the basis of this strategy, the UNESCO, working in collaboration with Education International, has formulated what we call a global framework of professional teaching standards, which UN member states are supposed to adapt for implementation in their respective countries. To ensure proper adoption and implementation, the International Task Force on Teachers for Education 2030 further formulated teacher policy development guidelines to help countries design holistic and comprehensive policies through the participatory approach. Regionally, that is within the African continent, the increase in teacher quality is reflected in the African Union Continental Education Strategy and the African Union Agenda 2026-2025. And one of the strategic goals of the Continental Education Strategy is to revitalize the teaching profession and make it relevant at all levels of the educational system. Working on the basis of this, the African Union Teacher Qualification Framework has further proposed minimum competence that teachers are supposed to have and the minimum entry requirements into the teaching profession. So a number of sub-Saharan African countries, including Ghana, Uganda, Burkina Faso, Nigeria, have adopted these international standards and have formulated teacher curricular reforms in their respective countries. Yes, even though the introduction of these curricular reforms have arguably improved teacher education, a lot of stakeholders are still skeptical about the quality of teacher education in sub-Saharan Africa. For instance, the Ghana National Teaching Council revealed that in 2023, out of 7,728 prospective teachers who sat for the licensure exams, only 1,277 were able to pass the examination. Again, in Nigeria, The Punch, a popular newspaper, reported that in 2023, out of 15,733 candidates who sat for the licensure exams after their initial teacher training, 30% of them did not pass the examinations. Awoko 2024 reports that in Sierra Leone, the reforms triggered a wave of conflicting interests and unrest among teachers in most provinces, including Freetown. UNESCO IICBA 2023 reports that the reforms seem unpopular in the Gambia because the frameworks were not properly aligned with the framework that was given by Education International and UNESCO. Westbrook et al. 2013 contend that new curriculum reforms are not always successful in meeting their goals because important stakeholders are not always involved in their design. OB 2014 attributed the concerns of poor learner performance to lack of understanding of the teacher education curriculum owing to the non-participation of teacher educators in their design. These aforementioned challenges raise a lot of questions, including the question of whether relevant stakeholders such as teacher educators are properly involved in the design, development, and implementation of teacher curricular reforms in sub-Saharan Africa. A review of teacher development policies in sub-Saharan African countries by TTF 2021 suggests that even though in most of these countries, initially, it was hard to involve teacher training institutions, but as the policy development went on, the process was inclusive and transparent with significant involvement of teacher educators. But how significant was their involvement? So however, literature concerns the scale and magnitude of the involvement of teacher educators in curriculum development process is still not clearly known. So Naila and Said 2014 indicates that evidence concerning the involvement and collaboration of teacher educators with other relevant stakeholders is mixed. And that suggests that there is a need for us to do further studies to unravel the mystery. More importantly, Cochrane-Smith 2003 contend that research on teacher education have not received much attention. And even when it received much attention, the focus is always on teacher characteristics, such as his competencies, instead of the roles and responsibilities that they are supposed to play. So this paper sought to determine the level of collaboration and participation of teacher educators in teacher education curriculum development processes in sub-Saharan Africa using Ghana as a case study. Hypothesis. So the study was designed to test the following hypothesis. Hypothesis 1, there is a high level of teacher educators' involvement in teacher education curriculum design. Hypothesis 2, there is a high level of teacher educators' participation in teacher education curriculum development. Hypothesis 3, there is a high level of collaboration of teacher educators with other relevant stakeholders in teacher education curriculum implementation. And the research was based on Tyler 2003 model of participatory curriculum development processes that suggests that in developing the curriculum, stakeholders should be involved right from the design up to the implementations, up to the evaluation stage. So the study was guided by the Tyler model of participatory curriculum development processes. And the aim is to encourage sincere involvement and collaboration of all relevant stakeholders in the development processes right from the design stage up to the evaluation stage. It further seeks to create a curriculum through the sharing of ideas, sharing of expertise, and experiences by all the relevant stakeholders, teacher educators, teachers themselves, ministries of education, and all those who are involved in teaching and learning. The approach strives to improve ownership of the entire learning processes by forming working partnerships between teachers, teacher educators, students, and all other stakeholders in the teacher education institutions. And so the design was, the model was chosen to gauge or to determine the level of collaboration and participation of teacher educators in all the processes, not only one, the design stage, the development stage, the implementation stage, up to the evaluation stage. Research approach. The researcher selected the quantitative research approach because hypotheses were set, and the aim of the researcher was to test the hypothesis. And so the goal of the quantitative research is to ensure and to measure and analyze variables numerically in order to draw conclusions and analyze them quantitatively. And since the researcher set hypothesis, there was the need for me to use the quantitative research approach. The research design. The researcher further used the cross-sectional research design. The choice of this research design was influenced by the contention of Frankel, Wallin, and Hayun 2012, who argued that the common goal of a cross-sectional research is to examine how a large group of individuals feel and behave towards a particular a subject or problem throughout the set of throughout the course of time. And according to one Ghanaian popular educational researcher, Amadehe, he is of the opinion that in descriptive cross-sectional research, the assumptions or relations should be described, should exist, and that valid description of activities, objects, processes, and what do you call it, processes should be the objective. So indeed, they participated, they collaborated, it is out there. So the duty of the researcher was to describe how they participated and how they collaborated in the processes of coming out with the curriculum. And so the population and sample. The population of the study was all teacher educators in all public teacher education institutions in the Republic of Ghana. And according to the 2023 Education Sector Performance Report of Ghana, we have 47 public teacher education institutions with a population of 4,312. A sample size of 357 teacher educators was arrived at using the Adams 2020 table of sample size determination. And so the multi-stage sampling technique was used in all the processes to get the sample. So at the end of the day, 357 teacher educators made up of 200 males and 157 females were selected for the study. The data collection instrument, it was the questionnaire that was used. Then it was piloted, and the Cronbach Alpha reliability test was tested, and a value of I'm going back.
You have 3 minutes.
It's locked. Can I be off here?
Get it to go forward for you. Let's try it that way. Yep.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah,
All
just try it that way. You've got 3 minutes left.
Okay.
Okay.
Yes, so results and discussion. Hypothesis 1. Hypothesis 1, there is a high level of teacher educators participation in teacher education curriculum design in Ghana. So it was tested, and a set value of 20 was used. And so I used the one sample t-test and the test value of So the result of one sample t-test was presented in Table 1, and it indicates that there is a low level of teacher educators participation in teacher education curriculum design. It implies that teacher education curriculum designs are developed without a significant involvement of teacher educators. The results are inconsistent with Lugan et al. 2014 contention that teacher educators often follow rather than actively participate in teacher education curriculum design processes. Hypothesis 2, there is a high level of involvement of teacher educators in teacher education curriculum development. So this is the development stage where the courses, course code, and whatever course hours, credit unit, brief description of courses are set up. And so the hypothesis was tested, and it suggested that teacher educators' level of involvement is significant at this stage. And this implies that teacher educator participation in teacher education curriculum development at this stage is significant. Then it conforms with Tyler 2004, Parson and Basham 2012 contention that teacher educators are involved significantly in teacher education curriculum development. The findings are also consistent with Tyler 2003 concept of participatory curriculum development that called for significant involvement of all relevant stakeholders at all stages of the teacher education curriculum. Hypothesis 3, There is a high level of collaboration of teacher educators with other relevant stakeholders in teacher education curriculum implementation. And one sample test was also conducted to determine whether there were significant differences between a sample mean and the test value. And the results show that indeed, at this level, teacher educators' collaboration with other relevant stakeholders such as the Ghana Education Service, the Ministry of Education, teacher unions, at this stage is not significant. So the findings suggest that there is little engagement, communication, cooperation, and constant feedback among relevant stakeholders in the teacher education curriculum implementation. Conclusion. The study concludes that teacher educators in Ghana are not actively involved in teacher education curriculum design. There is also less collaboration of teacher educators with other relevant stakeholders such as the Ghana Teaching Council, the Ministry of Education, Ghana Education Service, and all the other teacher unions. And there is also inadequate collaboration. This inadequate collaboration does not provide adequate room for feedback concerning implementation challenges such as competency gaps that teacher trainees have that need to be filled as they go through training. Recommendations. The study recommends that education authorities in sub-Saharan African countries, especially Ghana, should formulate policy measures that will ensure effective participation and collaboration of teacher educators with other relevant stakeholders in teacher education curriculum development processes. Education authorities should further strengthen structures and mechanisms of policy and social dialogue to ensure that teacher educators' participation is institutionalized throughout all the phases of teacher education curriculum development. Then future research should focus on challenges that hinder effective participation of and collaboration of stakeholders in teacher education curriculum development processes in sub-Saharan Africa. Thank you.
Thank you. We have a few minutes for questions. My first question is,
Okay.
do you have this study in publication
No,
yet?
no, I haven't published it yet.
Not yet. You will?
Not yet.
Okay.
Yes.
I'm very interested in taking the time to read through some of this a little bit more, so I'm looking forward to that. I will email you.
Okay, thank you.
Of course.
Yeah.
Other questions?
So what are your personal recommendations for Ghana education?
Yes, I strongly recommend that when it comes to teacher development policies, the very people who train the teachers, the teacher educators, should be rightly involved right from the design of the teacher education curriculum. You know, the curriculum is already designed, and using the design, the teacher education institutions use the design to formulate curricula to teach the teachers. So it should not be the issue that the ministries of education should sit there and design the curriculum. The teacher educators should be involved. And when I talk about involvement, it's not just a matter of consulting them. They should get involved in determining what the design should be, what the philosophy of the teacher education should be, what the objectives should be, what the content should be, so that they'll be able to train the teachers effectively. When they come out and they are able to pass their final examination, when it comes to the licensure exam, they should be able to pass that one too. Because it shouldn't be the case that they will pass the end of, course, on a program, exams. But when it comes to the licensure exams, you record higher failure rates. It's not the right thing.
Thank you.
Good, we have time for another question. Yes, go ahead.
Right, this is quite interesting and very educative. I was not aware that somewhere in the world, actually, teacher educators are not responsible for the curriculum in teacher education, but it's government that's responsible, if I heard you clearly. So I'm trying to understand. So this curriculum that is designed elsewhere for myself, for example, I'm in teacher education, I teach inclusive education, educational psychology. So does this mean that somebody gives me a course outline from somewhere? I'm trying to understand what aspect of the curriculum this is. Am I given a course outline from the Department of Higher Education and Training to say, this is what we want you to teach? Or what is the nature of this curriculum?
Yes, so the Ghana Education Service and the Ministry of Education came out with the Ghana Teacher Education Curriculum Framework. And all teacher education institutions were supposed to adapt that framework in coming out with their own curriculum. So that at the end of the day, when the students pass, they will go and sit for the licensure exam so that we have common standard for all teachers. So it is that licensure exam that they fail. And that raises a lot of questions as to whether in designing that framework, teacher educators were part of it.
Okay, thank you so much. We still have one more presentation, so thank you very much. That was very good. I will be contacting you. So we'll take care of it. I got it. Thank you so much. Our final presentation for today, for this session, is going to be creating dynamic, collaborative cultures, engaging, empowering, and inspiring teachers. And my dear friend, John McKenna, will be presenting that. And
just a second, we'll have some fun here at the end of this day, I promise. We'll do something a little non-traditional. I'll show you a couple of videos. You got to participate.
You want me to moonwalk?
With this one. Oh, yeah.
Sorry.
But you have to
I can't do it on the carpet.
I'm going to show you a couple of videos, and I want you to do some compare and contrast. You have to do a little bit of work in this last one. As soon as they get this hooked up, we'll get started. Okay. Okay, we ready to get going? So creating collaborative cultures is, oh, let me see something here. Make sure this is on. So creating collaborative cultures was a big part of my dissertation. So I took the research that I did and I tried to take it in, put it into practical form so people could actually use it. So today I'm going to show you the research in action. So I got to get right to it because there's a couple of videos that I want you to watch that this is not advancing. Oh, is that it? No? This is not. If you could man that, that would be great. You have to play a couple of video in there though too.
Okay. You just
Oh, okay. So why don't you, Angel, just in
man
case.
it.
Okay, that'll be good too. So the research, this is part of the research that I did for my dissertation too. So you can see the leading in a culture of change, and this is one of the things you guys talked about before too. Relationships. You must build them if you want to have a collaborative culture. Oh, okay, we keep moving forward.
That one goes backwards.
Yeah, so
I'll
it's,
learn how to use it. There we go.
and then some other things that is really important to have collaborative cultures is you have to have shared vision, mission, values, and goals. If you don't have those as a foundation, you don't know how to you don't have anything to collaborate around. So if you don't have that, collaboration only can happen by accident, and we have to be strategic and intentional. That's why that article that I just gave to you sets the stage for how you as administrators can create strategic and intentional structures like I shared before in your schools so that collaboration happens every day. Next. And it should be continuous. Collaboration is not an event that happens once or twice a year. You need to put in these teams, you need to work on them every day. So that's why this piece of literature was one of the things that really informed my practice and helped me as I wrote my dissertation. Now here's a model that I put together from all of that research, but I'm not going through this whole model with you today. There's just a box 4, which is all about creating collaborative teams, SMART goals, action plans. So that box is what I'm going to talk to you about today, because that to me is a foundational piece in this whole continuous cycle of school improvement if you want to have collaboration. So keep going past this because I want to get right to it. In fact, so here's what box 4 says in that model. Box 4 says if you want to have collaboration, you have to have vertical and horizontal teams and they have to be collaborating and talking. You need to have SMART goals, action plans that are actively engaged and created by your teachers. You got to have team leaders. You got to be able to train people to run these meetings effectively. I'm going to show you a meeting in a minute, 2 meetings. That's why I'm moving quick because I want you to do a compare and contrast. You can see one meeting where people were trained, another meeting where there was no training at all. And then there's assessment mapping as well. Keep going now. You guys already know what that is. That's the team structure that we talked about before. You must have intentional team structures, and those teams have to be trained to know how to be an effective and efficient team. Now, I'm going to show you a couple of teams. Keep going forward. We'll go back to this if we have time. So let's go to the next one. Here's what I want you to, here's why we're going to have some fun here today. So we talk about these teams, we talk about structure. Now, all those little boxes that you saw, I want you to see a box come to life right now. And I want you to see what happens in a box. And those boxes can either be functional, and they can be productive, or those boxes can just be a bunch of people wasting time. So let's take a look at what happens in these boxes. Show this one first. Let's hope, is the sound on? Let's hope the sound works.
I don't think we have sound plugged into this.
Do we got sound? All right, let it roll. Listen careful. While they're doing that, this is one of my teams. This is my 4th grade team when I was a principal. I was principal for 23 years. I was actually also, I was the president of the School Administrators Association in New York State, so I got to oversee about between 15 and 20,000 principals that I worked with on a regular basis.
Thank you.
So anyways, this is a meeting that I commandeered their meeting because I said, this is something that was essential. I have to get this information out to you. Now, it was true because this was, my district office told me that this was stuff we had to get out. So this is the method that I chose to do it.
Okay, welcome to our PLC meeting today. We've got some good information.
It's not, the video's not working now.
Pay close attention. You want to take notes, you may. The first sheet that
The sound is working, but the video is not.
Your mileage, your food.
There you go. Okay, now it was working. Go ahead.
On there. And also, if you can see, it's important that I get these 2 weeks in advance. If I don't get them 2 weeks in advance, then I'm sorry, I can't guarantee that you'll be able to go to the conference. Also, the justification and rationale must be filled out. Must be filled out in full. That's important too, because as we hand this to the district, they want to know the justification and rationale for why we're going. And of course, every conference that we go to does have a good justification and rationale. And at the end, I'd appreciate a summary when you come back from the conference so that we can discuss it as a group. Because that's what PLCs do. They learn and grow from each other. So hopefully that summary when you come back will help our whole staff. Any questions about the new conference request form? Okay, good, very good. Okay, moving right along. Here's an update on the lesson plan form that I just got from our offices. This is, take one here, pass that around. What this is the new lesson plan format. You'll see on here, when you get it, that you will have to put in the performance indicators and standards in your plan. Have those in all areas, please. Now, if you need performance indicators and standards, of course, they are available on the website. But if not, too, we can bring those to the next meeting if you'd like to, and then we can review those because the performance indicators and standards are what drive all of our instruction. So please make sure that you are putting the performance indicators and standards. I believe the form is pretty self-explanatory. Basically, you put those in for each lesson, and hopefully it'll guide and direct your instruction. Any questions about that? All right, thank you very much. The last form I have for you today is the absence report. Now, there's been some problems with people after they've come back from absences where we haven't got the report. Now, it's important for our record keeping that we make sure that we get these within a timely fashion. It should be filled out within a 3-day period after you're done with your absence. So I want to give each one of you one of these so you can have it for your records, because sometimes getting them in the office is a little difficult. So this way, I gave it to you so you can have it handy with you at all times, because although I know people don't want to be absent, there are times you have to be. And this is a requirement that it be filled out within the 3-day period. If you take a look at that, any questions that you have about that particular sheet? Self-explanatory? Okay, thank you very much. The last thing I just want to say is that the report cards, of course, are due in my office on Wednesday. And it's parent-teacher conference day, so when you finish with your conference request forms, if you could put those in my box at the end of the day, I'd appreciate it. And I just want to thank you for being part of our PLC learning community, and hopefully the information shared today will help us all be better as we go forward.
So I hope you're watching. So that's number one. Now let's
Thank
take a
you
look.
very much.
Now let's look at number two, and make sure you're looking at their body language and things too. Take a look at make sure you're looking at that too.
So there's two screens open, and I can't get to this one.
Now usually you just hit if you just touch it, it should work. Huh? There it goes.
But
You
I
got
think it's not the
Today
screen
we're going
that's
to
up there.
continue
So
our
it's not the one that's up there. That's what
discussion.
happened the last time.
So if we can just go.
I don't know how to get to. See how there's two of them open?
Yeah.
I can't get to that one. That's the one that's up on the. That's the one that's up on the screen, and I can't seem to get to it. It's like it's open too many times, and I couldn't. It's a fluke I could even get that one to play.
Today we're going to continue our discussion on anecdotal notes. So if we can just go around, I know we've all brought.
We brought up another one when we were changing the volume, and
Today we're going to continue our discussion on anecdotal notes. So if we can just go around, I know we've
can
all.
we close one of them?
We just got rid of it. Here, let me see if I can find it.
Yeah, I didn't want to close it because I wasn't. You could just go
Hang
back
on a
through
second.
PowerPoint.
Let's go to.
Right there it is. Right on top. I'll get to that slide now that we're back with just one. I think we're good.
Hang in there, folks. Hang in there. It's going to be worth it. We're going to do some good compare and contrast. You're going to see two very different meetings, and I'd like to kind of see your focus on maybe meetings that you've run or meetings that you've been in, because these were both meetings that were. Okay, here we go.
PLC meeting today. We've got some good information to get out to you, so please take notes. Take notes you may. The first sheet that I need to get to you is the new conference request form.
So that's not
Now,
working.
take a look when you see
It's
this.
like it's open in the background.
All right, let's see if we can do this now again. All right, so how do we get down to?
Today we're going to continue our discussion on anecdotal notes. So if we can just go around, I know we've all brought examples of what we're using. If we can go around and discuss what we're using, and then we're going to put them all together at the end.
Sure. This sheet is a daily sheet that keeps track of their reading during guided reading. It uses the plus, check, minus scale. I brought one for guided reading as well. It uses the reading track. That was plus, check, minus as well. It has a couple of different categories on it. I have my notes for my quarterlies on stars and cards, which guides then my guided reading groups. Also using a plus check minus system. And I have an independent checklist for SSR that also uses a plus check minus system.
My plus check minus system has a comment section as well to add short little comments.
I have the same as Julie, so we work on it together.
This one focuses more on vocabulary when the students are using context clues.
And I also have the guided reading notes with all the different power indicators on there so that we can make sure we're hitting everything in our standards. And mine is similar to Sue's, where I have all the different strategies on here that the kids have to hit in their reading, and I write down their strengths and weaknesses.
Great. So what we're going to do is we're going to compile these all together and make a resource packet, which we will hand out at our next faculty meeting, just as a sample, so that way if there's new teachers to the grade level or to the district, they will have kind of a toolbox of all the different types of guided reading notes that you can use as a resource packet.
Well, I just want to say that looks great, everybody, and thanks for all your efforts, and say that we'll roll it out at the next faculty meeting. And job well done. That's really a great piece of work that's going to help our whole district quite a bit. Appreciate your efforts. Thank you very much.
Okay, you just saw two different meetings. Let's take a look at meeting 1 and meeting 2, and let's do some compare and contrast. What did you see? Let's take a look at meeting 1. Well, what are some characteristics that you saw from meeting 1? Yes.
On the right, he is sitting in front of the table, and I don't think he's sitting, I think he's standing. So there's that sort of power and authority in the group setting, and you could see that the participants, they don't look comfortable, and he's the only one that is talking. And with the video on the left, it shows inclusivity because everyone is seated down, everyone is having something to say. So, yeah.
Do you have excellent observations? Yes.
I just want to mention, I see no smiles there. On this
No,
other
there's
one.
no smiles
There, the lady there in the green, the way she's even looking, towards, and she's smiling. I see smiles, and I think the fact that the leader is sitting with them, so there's also that sense of they belong,
Yes.
But whereas on the other one, they're just there to listen to whatever it is that you're saying. They're angry. I don't even think they hear what you're saying. So they're not engaging with what you're saying. It's as though you're even shouting, so that's what I see.
Excellent observations. Anybody else want to add some more? Yes.
So in the meeting that's more collaborative, there are more often hands on the table, so looking like they're going to actually engage with the materials in front of them, whereas the meeting on the right, as soon as materials are handed out, hands go under the table immediately as to very close off their bodies to not be engaged.
Absolutely. They're intimidated. Yep, Bruce.
Seems to the one in authority is the male, and although the entire school is female, so I think that in itself speaks to the ethos and volumes around the school and how they think about leadership and perhaps women. I agree with the other speaker as well that in your second video that you played, I think, I'm not too sure, my eyesight fails me now, but the front part or on that side right at the end, the wall seems to be even more inviting than the second. So I think it's also about the place in which we have meetings. That's what I'm reflecting on, because sometimes, and probably the objective of the meetings is as important. And in one of the tensions, the personal tensions I have, sometimes in trying to create inclusive environments, is the assumption that everyone must talk. So the point is the climate enough that everyone feels free to talk versus being compelled to talk because the leader would like to have an inclusive environment. So it's about culture for me. How do you think about how we do our practices? Yes. And that's transformative in its own self.
Exactly, and the whole point was collaborative cultures, right? How do you create a collaborative culture? And it's really clear. So anyways, I wanted you to see collaborative cultures in action. And this one works because it was based on, we had clear vision, mission, goals. What they were working on was, those were things we created they created those goals. So they own them, so it's theirs. This is just stuff. It's just stuff that's going at them that's saying, get this done by this date, this time. They have no ownership, they don't care about it. In fact, they can hardly wait for that meeting to be done. Where this meeting, they're doing things that matter. They're doing things that they're connected with. They're doing things that they know align with the moral purpose of the school. They're helping kids here. They're helping kids get better lives. Here, they're just doing paperwork. That's all they're doing. So if you can make things about moral purpose and get people collaboratively around that moral purpose and get shared vision, mission, goals, not one person's vision, mission, goals, but collaboratively, if you can create that type of culture, then you know what? You can do anything in a school. then you can overcome those obstacles where you have poverty and special education. Yes, they'll always be hard, but you know what? If you put in those pieces, and in that article I passed out, it's strategic, it's intentional, and you can do it. You can make a difference in your schools. There's no reason that a school cannot excel. All right, I'm done. Oh, we got time for questions. Okay. Any questions? Any questions? Yes, Bruce.
I'll go after, colleague. I'll go after.
Oh, Robert?
Thank you for yielding. So are these actual situations, John, that were filmed, or were they staged?
This was actual, and I'll tell you what this was. This was a real fourth grade meeting, and they were supposed to be doing the meeting on the left. And what I did was I went there and I commandeered their meeting, and I kind of forced that meeting on them. And the reason that I did that is the week before I had been at a meeting at my district office where I sat in that meeting, but I was one of the people that was in that meeting. And I remember I said, I don't ever want to be in a meeting like this ever again. And I thought that maybe there's a way we could train other principals and other leaders so that they could then go out and have more productive meetings, and so that it's focused on student learning and getting our students better and not just getting paperwork done for the sake of getting it done. So that's why I did this. And I did it intentionally to make a video to help principals. And remember I mentioned I was the president of school administrators in New York State, so I would do workshops for principals. And I wanted them to be able to run meetings that were effective and efficient and centered on student learning and not just managerial stuff. And so many leaders that I saw are just doing the wrong work. They're doing the wrong work. And if they can focus them on the right work, you can really make a big difference in schools. But you got to focus them. Yep, question, Bruce.
Thanks. So I thoroughly appreciate, and I have no doubt you're an excellent school leader. I just feel it in the DNA, in the passion in which you deliver your subject content. And I think I'm going to go back to the previous question I had with the previous panel, this notion of what is excellence. Because you make the statement, we all can be excellent, and I think we have to be careful about that yardstick.
Right.
Because excellence have different meaning wherever it's located, and who defines the excellent. The example of the colleague from Uganda, where he says the people that are the people that are the coalface actually have no idea or have no input to what excellence actually means. Right. Because if I looked at your staff, and if the staff was predominantly female, the notion of excellence in a female staff, the gendered excellence, would also be impact. So, but I agree with you that every school has the potential. It's the metric of measurement that's problematic, that's used by states against that. And if we allow teachers and practitioners to co-construct and define, I think we'll have excellent models of schoolings to strive towards beyond the pedantic, just delivering into a system. There's many socio-economic, cultural challenges, and excellence could be defined around those transformative processes as well. And so, but I do appreciate and I fully agree with you that it starts with that transformative leader given the opportunity, but unfortunately they have to be brave. So how do we develop that strength of to push against the system? Is almost the activist principle in every context in which they find, and develop that school culture, because I think school culture for me is the defining moment of whether school is going to be effective or efficient. So efficiency for me is you can tick off all the boxes and you can look good on the paper. Effectiveness means that you have done the right thing to achieve what you want for those kids that are given your award as well. But I thank you. This has been thoroughly. We should have had more school principals. Yeah, I'm challenging again. I said they should have been here today to have engaged with you around context and what you were saying. But thank you. That's fantastic, and we will share the video, especially this section. Thanks.
Oh, thank you. No, I agree. And you got to know your moral purpose to be brave. Because if you don't know what you're there for, if you don't know what's in your heart and your soul when you walk into a building, you can be easily manipulated off key. And you have to have your moral purpose, and you have to have your compass so you know what you're doing. And you know, when the leader has their compass and they know what they're doing, your followers will see it too. And they'll also see if you don't. They'll see if you just go with the wind and just follow whatever, and you know what I mean? But if you're child-centered, and if you make all your decisions in the best interest of students, you know what? Your staff will respect you and they'll follow you. So thank you. Thanks, everyone. Oh, geez, tables. I was going to say, oh, you guys can go.
They can, though. So that concludes our presentations today. Our lightning talks will be delivered tomorrow. So I hope that we have kind of resonated with a lot of the welcomes. If thinking back to the beginning of the conference today, that were a call to action. I know myself, even in our first presentation today, thinking about what Bruce said in terms of not being one of those academics, I'm taking that away and going, how can I apply some of the things that I'm hearing today into my own practice? So I hope we keep that in mind going into tomorrow, and we will see you all tomorrow bright and early. Thank you.
Thanks for cooking this up for me. Now I don't got to bug you with it
Of
anymore.
course.